मोहब्बत मोहब्बत इबादत दिलों की मोहब्बत मोहब्बत इजाजत दिलों की मोहब्बत आदत भी है ये दिल की मजबूरी भी मोहब्बत लिख कर दे मिटा मोहब्बत पागल भी है कभी जो पूरी ना हो मोहब्बत ऐसी एक दुआ
आतिशे हुस्न नाज़िकते रह गए आपको देखते रह गए आप कितने हंसी आप खुद भी नहीं जानते हम तो मत होश थे हम तो कुछ ना कहे होश वालों के भी होश उड़ से गए आप कितने हंसी आप खुद भी नहीं जानते मेरे हर रास्ते का सफर आप हैं आशिकों की गली में खबर आप हैं मेरे हर रास्ते का सफर आप हैं आशिकों की गली में खबर आप हैं छोड़ दे आपको भी तो जाए कहाँ जिस तरफ देखते उस तरफ आप हैं राहते चश्मे दिल है नवाजी तेरी एक अदा ही तो है बेनियाज़ी तेरी आप कितने हंसी आप खुद भी नहीं जानते
मोहब्बत आदत भी है दिल की मजबूरी भी मोहब्बत लिख कर दे मिटा मोहब्बत पागल भी है कभी जो पूरी ना हो मोहब्बत ऐसी एक दुआ
My queen's.
You may remember Dr. Benny from when she taught us about data security.
Because why? We do have antivirus software that will be installed.
You may remember Dr. Benny from when she desperately asked when OnPassive would finally pay her bonuses.
And then I'll be able to have a bonus? Just trying to find out.
You may remember Dr. Benny from when she urged you to sign up even your unborn children for Ash Mufareh's once-in-a-lifetime scam.
All the females, all ladies, all the women who are pregnant, if your baby, the unborn fetus, is 8 months in your womb, that child will be born with silver spoon in his or her mouth or gold spoon. That child will never suffer again.
But you don't know this, Dr. Benny. Tonight, we take you on a journey deeper than ever before. A story of hope, of blind faith, of relentless loyalty, and betrayal. Who is Dr. Benny really? The woman who was once voted a top 100 doctor. By whom? We may never know. The woman whose smile can warm even the cold, dark, evil hearts of Marty DeGarmo and Ash Mufareh, if they even have hearts at all. What made her join OnPassive? Was it the promise of generational wealth? The allure of passive income? Or something far more sinister? What does she really think about her journey?
I'll just wait.
Does she still believe? Or is she just too deep to escape? And what secrets of her past will we uncover? The lies, the delusions, the crimes. She's been waiting for her bonus. She's been waiting for the launch.
Does it mean that after the 16 months, that is when they will launch? I don't know. Okay. All right, can you go?
But time is running out, and now the truth will finally be revealed.
Please. Thank you.
Right now, on the Queen of Karma channel, we bring you Dr. Benny, the doctor, the dreamer, the deceived or the deceiver. Don't go anywhere, the stream is starting now.
It's my company, it's our company. Let's continue to go out there. There are a lot of children suffering.
Hello, everyone, and I hope that you are all having a fabulous, amazing Wednesday. Happy Hump Day to all of you. Today, we are going to be diving into who is Dr. Benny, the woman behind the OnPassive smile. Her name is Smiles with Dr. Benny, so, I thought that it would be fun to dive deep and kind of discover who are these people other than just what we know about them from their appearances in OnPassive webinars. I thought, since there's not going to be a whole bunch going on between now and the court case, which is April 2026, I thought that we would take this opportunity to kind of dive deep into who each one was. And I thought that this was going to be a nice, comedically fun thing to do, let's look into the other scams that they were all in. And then I started to deep dive Dr. Benny. And you see, Dr. Benny is a little bit of a more interesting of a deep dive. So I think that we should just jump right into it. Hello, Albs, in it to scam it like always. And Sitharama is here. Good to see you. And Thomas is here and says, I'm interested in bicycles, so I'm in it to schwinn it. I like it. Violet says, Dr. Benny and the brows. I'm here for it. Yes, she is also known for her brows. Chris says, it's amazing how many people who earned a doctorate are unable to deduce that Ash Mufareh has scammed them out of money with no intent to ever pay them. And that is because, Chris, it doesn't matter how intelligent you are, you can still be manipulated into a cult. I know, it's crazy thought. It's crazy, but they actually like to prey on people that are of higher intelligence in scams and cults. So don't ever think that you are too smart or that you know too much about this to not be vulnerable to it. The scariest things about these culty scams is that it doesn't matter how much you know about them or how much education you have. They might still get you. Ali says one day they will respect OnPassive. Ali is as hopeful about this as he is that OnPassive is going to launch. And we all know that neither are going to happen. Hello, sweet goth. Good to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful day and that you are here to get to know Dr. Benny. And I'm glad that Salami is here. Salami actually helped me with a lot of the research for this video. So make sure to thank him as well in the comments. It's a little exciting, I guess. We are not immune to what we teach on. We are not. Never think that. There is no way to be immune to scams and cults. The best way to protect yourself is through educating yourself, but that does not make you immune. Well, that's a weird word. Hello, Jelly Stack. Good to see you. I'm glad that you could make it. Thank you. And the dramatics may seem like a lot, but I assure you they're not. Queen, for this deep dive, will we need scuba gear? Yes. Yes, you will. You will. Definitely get it on. Hello, Sam. Good to see you. This deep dive is going to be quite the deep dive. And I thought that we would just get right into it. So who exactly is Dr. Benny, the woman behind the OnPassive smile? Hey, hey, hey. Who is this woman? I'm sure you think, well, she looks quite lovely, actually, and she's all about smiling. I mean, how bad could she really be, Queen? Yay, let's get into it. So her real name is Benedette Ntinglet, which I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I tried to pronounce it. I'm not going to ever pronounce it correctly. So we'll just be referring to her as Dr. Benny. But she's an founder of the OnPassive scam, and she has also joined Vibe along with engineer Mike. She has been in OnPassive almost since its beginning, and she is quite active in the community. Today, we're going to deep dive exactly who she is. And as you can see, this is her YouTube channel, Smile with Dr. Benny Blessing. Hello, Tanya OnPassive. It's never good when doctor is in quotes. It's not. It's not. Sam's into her. He's like, hello. Hey, 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 you know? Dr. Benny does have a YouTube channel. And as you can see, she was also using their O trim. So there's that. It's very, very busy, that banner, I tell you. And she also did live streams on her channel. And she mainly did live streams, as they all do, the top O founders here in the OnPassive cult. And Dr. Benny did live streams mainly with engineer Mike. However, she hasn't posted a live stream with or without him in 11 months. So her last live stream was 11 months ago. Very nice, my OnPassive female members. Yes. Yes. She began her channel on February 22nd of 2022. She has over 1.79 thousand subscribers, and she has over 519 videos now. Her channel has received 103,328 views, and the channel is monetized. So she is receiving AdSense, as a lot of the top OnPassive O founders are. And that's why I think they don't really understand what it's like to actually wait, you know, and be like your average O founder who isn't getting anything at all right now out of this whatsoever, not even AdSense or like attention from being on webinars and streams. And they're just like waiting, you know, there seems to be a disconnect and lack of empathy there, where it's like Marty and Chris just don't understand why people are complaining. And it's like, well, yeah, because you guys have been getting paid under the table and you guys get attention on your streams every day from the founders. And, you know, you get power from being at the top and being connected to Ash. And then you also do get AdSense. So it's like they are getting stuff out of this. Most aren't, though. But Dr. Benny is among the ones who are just since 2022, though. Before then, although she was in OnPassive and made an appearance, we just kind of saw her here and there on the webinars. Most of them started making channels around 2021, 2022 to really start, I guess, promoting OnPassive on a platform, because that's all they do with it. Engineer Mike has been missing from the recent webinars. Interesting. Oh, goody, that creepy founder is back. Look out, ladies. Your video on Marcian was great. Oh, thank you, Jelly. Thank you. Ash told us to dream bigger. That's right. That's right. You know, before that, it was just basically Ash talking to everyone in webinars. And they would have webinars where like other people would be on the screen and stuff like that. But the really heavy promotion of OnPassive by other people really amped up in about 2021, 2022. It's like when all of them started their channels for this anyway. A LinkedIn account for Dr. Benny was found where she appears to be a teacher at Board of Education. No dates are present on this page, so we can't be sure when this was. And I tried to find some more information about her being a teacher, and I would have to scour through hours and hours of videos to find out more. And we're going to be watching some videos today, don't you worry. But as of right now, I couldn't find much information on that, especially since, like, how are you a teacher just at the Board of Education? Like, what does that mean? That's the Board of Education. You don't teach there. Like, usually you say, like, I was a teacher of middle school or high school or a kindergarten teacher, you know, and so it was just a little bit odd, but it exists. So there's that. Another LinkedIn account was found for same woman, good old Benedette, because I think that's how you pronounce that. It's not Bernadette, it's like Benedette, which states she's an ISSO, which stands for Information Systems Security Officer, and that was for Newcrest LLC. You can see it there in her experience. So you're probably like, well, what's Newcrest? Newcrest is an interesting company. So this is from their website, and it says, Newcrest is a customer-focused, technology-centered, and business-centric, minority-owned, certified veteran enterprise, CVE, service-disabled veteran-owned small business, SDVOSB. As if there's an acronym for that, though, right? With over 25 years of experience providing information technology solutions and services in support of the critical missions of the Department of Defense, DoD, Department of Homeland Security, DHS, Intelligence Community, IC, the federal law enforcement, I guess they don't have an acronym, healthcare, banking, state, and the commercial sector. Newcrest is comprised of the best business and technical minds, allowing you to streamline access to your business data, track your investment portfolio, and manage your enterprise services to best meet your business needs. We can serve you based off our knowledge and experience supporting customers, programs, and contracts across multiple federal agencies and commercial businesses. You're like, Queen, this sounds weird. I know, doesn't it? I agree. We provide you with innovative solutions and services exemplified through our proven track record with our current customers and supported programs. Newcrest has a diverse range of expertise that includes acquisition management support, financial management, audit readiness and sustainment, business analysis and reporting, project engineering, cyber risk and strategic analysis, system engineering, technical assistance, SETA, systems and release engineering, modeling and simulation, content and records management. Newcrest will successfully transform your business to meet customers' needs and conform to all federal and industry regulatory guidelines and standards. We can help you conduct analysis of your business needs, ranging from your financial portfolio to your enterprise and data centers. So apparently she was doing all of that. Newcrest sounds like some kind of emo toothpaste. I like it. I like it. Eggs Benedict. Yes. That's right. OnPassive is our life. I'm so sorry to hear that. Dr. Benny's current LinkedIn account lists her as a Senior Information Systems Security Officer, ISSO, at Tista Science and Technology Corporation. She also taught me that there's a place in the US that is actually called Chevy Chase, allegedly in Maryland, USA, and that made me really happy.
Good evening. I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not.
So I liked that. I was like, oh, thank you. At least I learned something today. I like that. She graduated from Capella University. Capella, not a cappella, right? Capella. But I still sang it. I know. New Crestosaurus, new Jurassic World dino. More letters behind the name sounds awesome. Hello, Scam Chan. Good to see you. Chevy Chase, Maryland. I've been there. That makes me so happy.
Good evening. I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not.
I love it. I just like the name. It just makes me happy that it exists with the name. PhD, PIMP, right? As you can see, there's a lot of letters next to her name, as everyone's noticing in the chat. We have PhD, CDSPE, trademarked, PMP, not exactly pimp, but close enough, Scrum Master. Then we have CCISO, CISA, CASP, CISM, CEHV9, CDEFG, Security Plus. And it's a lot. It's a lot, you know? It's kind of a lot to take in. Capella is an online university that also has a few campuses and strip malls. There's one basically 3 to 4 blocks from me. That's right, it is. That is. I'm Ash Mufareh, and I am Chevy Chase, and you're not. We can make him say that. If she's a doctor, I'm a brain surgeon. Well, congratulations, Sam. Congratulations. Monty Python, Mrs. Scum. Yes. Hey, Sherry, good to see you. Yes, Scrum Master. That's what it says. Scrum Master. You know? Just saying. So her education was mainly at Capella University, as you can see here. It's all basically Capella, and also this University of the District of Columbia, which does appear to be a university. So her education, as you can see, is Doctor of Philosophy. She has a PhD in that. And Computer and Information Systems Security / Information Assurance. And that was from 2013 to 2018. She also has a master's degree in Computer and Information Systems Security / Information Assurance. And that she did from 2010 to 2012. And before that, there was the University of the District of Columbia, where she got a master for a counselor at education, so school counseling and guidance services. You know? So it sounds like basically to be a guidance counselor at a school is what I'm assuming, like sort of like social work, but more particularly with like career paths for people in school, you know, like the school guidance counselor, master scammer. That's right. That's right. More like scum master. Am I right? So this is most of her education. The education she's using right now. All right. Like her counselor education for being a guidance counselor. That's not really what she's using right now. It's her education from Capella University, allegedly working as an ISSO, right? Capella University is a university that is mainly online. And as Chris pointed out, it has like a few small campuses, if you will, and like one main campus. According to Wikipedia and other sources found linked, so I did double check all of this to make sure it was all the right information. Capella University is a private, for-profit, which I don't like things that are really private or for-profit. Doesn't look great for a uni, but anyway, online university. So mainly known as online, you know? Mainly known as online. Oh, we need to do this in depth, Sherry. In depth. But yes, we kind of did. It was just basically what our LinkedIn said. So that's why I'm saying we're just kind of going to go over this a little bit more again. This is the important one. So the school is headquartered, like I said, they do have one like main campus or whatever, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And it's owned by the publicly traded Strategic Education, Inc. and delivers most of its education online. That's just most of its education, not all of its education. As I keep saying, they do have some that you can like go get your education in a building. Getting to get paid by watching YouTube. Love when things break. Good to see you, little Miss Lulu. She counsels women to sign up their unborn children in scams. After she said that, there were many new accounts with the first name Fetus. Aww. Private isn't a problem. Most, maybe all, of the Ivy League schools are private. It's the for-profit that usually sucks. Yeah, no, it's when you put them both together that I'm like, that's probably not good. That's probably not good. So it does have, allegedly, 47-degree programs with over 1,600 online courses. It says that approximately 41,401 students are enrolled from all 50 states and 51 other countries. So in other words, it's kind of like what they hope Academy will be. With 18% enrolled in doctoral programs, 45% enrolled in master's programs, and 35% enrolled in bachelor's programs. So they do claim to give you a doctorate. So there you have it. But it does appear to have the proper accreditation. So looking into it, it is accredited by the Higher Learning Commission. All right. And it does have to register under all kinds of different accreditations, depending on what state. And they have to do it for all of them. So it's accredited. All right. So it's not really considered a fake university per se. It's not as bad as the one that Ash Mufareh went to, but it's still not great. It's still not great. There have been a lot of controversies there. So in 2006, the United States Department of Education, Office of the Inspector General, OIG, began a compliance audit of Capella. OIG focused on the university's policies and procedures concerning the return of Title IV funds as required by federal law for students who failed to give official notice that they were withdrawing from the school. The OIG found that Capella made accounting mistakes in how it calculated students' eligibility for government-subsidized loans, including failing to return all funds dispersed on behalf of students who dropped out before their first day of class. Sounds like fraud. Capella, in a response to the audit, says it recognizes some past shortcomings in its accounting practices and has made changes to ensure that such errors are not repeated. In 2012, Capella received criticism for its expenditures on marketing, profit, and CEO pay rather than instruction, and its use of aggressive recruiting practices. Interesting that Dr. Benny would be part of a uni that has aggressive recruiting practices and then go on to use aggressive recruiting practices when she's in MLMs. According to a report issued by former U.S. Senator Tom Harkin for the Senate Education Committee, approximately 79% of the institution's cash flow comes from U.S. government Title IV payments, including Pell Grants. The report concluded that Capella's recruiting and student services were better managed than most other for-profit competitors, especially among graduate degree students. And that's a little bit worrisome, isn't it? The high withdrawal rate among bachelor student hopefuls, the over-reliance on part-time instructors, and the high relative marketing budget were cited as potential causes for concern. So, just some things to keep in mind, Then we have the good old class action lawsuit. And I know you're like, geez, wait, what the hell? It just keeps getting worse. And I'm like, I know, it does. It's not great. It's not great. So in 2018, a lawsuit was filed against Capella in the U.S. District Court for the District of Minnesota, again, where their main headquarters is. Usually if you're suing like something like this, you sue them where their main headquarters is. It's kind of how it goes. That's why the OnPassive lawsuit, of course, is out of Florida. That's where Ash and the alleged main building is, right? Which is really just his home office. But that's kind of what happens. So it was, of course, in Minnesota, and it alleged that the school violated doctoral students' rights by creating a process intended to ensure that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for students to timely complete or complete at all their doctoral programs. And it's like, oh my. Well, that's not good. The school rejected the lawsuit's claims, of course, stating that the court had thrown out the majority of the legal claims. Now, this wasn't actually settled until 2022. And it was resolved through private mediation with terms not disclosed, which means that there were NDAs basically signed, so they can't publicly let us know what happened with that. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not trying to say anything like that. But oftentimes, in cases where that's done, it's because something like the school, like in this case, doesn't want bad press because some of the bad things were true. Because if they were shown to be innocent of all of the claims, why would they want to ensure that that information never gets out? You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of nah. So that makes me a little sus. I don't like the ethics of that. I'm questioning the school's ethics. So you get to fail and pay to try again, basically. Or what they're doing is they were making the courses go on and on and on and on. So there was no end to the courses. It was you were just continuously learning. And then it was okay, well, when do I do the final thing? Final thesis, get my doctorate, let's go. And it appears that they were prolonging the process, that they were making the work extra hard and impossible to do. So that's just something to keep in mind. And it's interesting that this lawsuit had to do with violating the doctoral students' rights. That's going to be a theme here today. There was also allegedly fraud regarding student loans. So Capella University was one of 153 institutions in student loan cancellation due to alleged fraud. The class action was brought by a group of more than 200,000 student borrowers, assisted by the Project on Predatory Student Lending, part of the Legal Services Center of Harvard Law School. A settlement was approved in August of 2022, stating that the schools on the list included substantial misconduct by the listed schools, whether credibly alleged or in some instances proven. In April of 2023, the Supreme Court rejected a challenge to the settlement and allowed to proceed the debt cancellation due to alleged fraud. So it looks like they did do the fraud. So that's not good either. And Dr. Benny did post up her graduation party on YouTube. It is on another channel, though, that is called VPS Media Center. And it was also allegedly her 50th birthday party. So I guess she was like celebrating her birthday and graduation from Capella at the same time. Good for her, you know? Her LinkedIn About section reads, Dr. Ntinglet is a dedicated, focused, and extremely knowledgeable senior IT security analyst. As an experienced information systems security professional, I bring more than, so it wasn't like third person, that goes back to first person. I bring more than 12 years of comprehensive IT security leadership and support experience. Provide organizational, legal, and information technology guidance to both public and private sector organizations by developing and improving organizational capabilities such as contracts, policies, SOPs, and other business documents and processes throughout NOAA, NIH, FCC, PC, CISA, and DFJJK. And what do those things mean? I have no clue. Additional 12 years of experience performing functional and administrative tasks in the healthcare industry, supporting private sector facilities in organizational reformation, serving as an SME for healthcare and medical industry practices and operational procedures. Perform compliance assessments of functional and technical documentation such as system security plan, incident response plan, disaster recovery plan, software licensing agreement, interconnection security agreement, SaaS/PaaS agreements, client data protection policy, cloud data privacy policy to ensure Sarbanes-Oxley, SOX, General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, National Institute of Standards and Technologies, or just technology, NIST, and Federal Information Security Modernization Act, FISMA, compliance. So it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. And Dr. Benny here has quite the extensive work history, let me tell you. She's worked a lot of jobs. She has been a public health analyst, a PMO lead, an IT contractor for Oracle database administrator, an IT contractor administration, IT contractor security authorization compliance / documentation specialist, IT contractor senior cybersecurity analyst, IT contractor technical compliance analyst, an ISSO, an IT contractor IT security specialist, an IT contractor, lead information systems security officer, ISSO again, an information systems security officer again, a PM, ISSM, information systems security officer, ISSO over here, and she allegedly volunteered for several years, which is nice. We can appreciate this one. So she has it listed from January of 1992 to May 2000. So for over 8 years, like 8.5 years, she was a public health investigator. And it says, performed a compliance review in all public health clinics, public/private schools in Washington, D.C., making sure that all the children, students were in compliance with their immunization records. Right? So she was making sure all the kids were getting their vaccines, which I am totally here for, as we know. When did she have time to complete her doctorate? Good question, right? I mean, she's been working nonstop for years. And she's been working as an ISSO the whole time, even before getting it. Dang, right? It's a lot. It's a lot. Like for measles, that's right. Making sure that they have that shot. Get the shot, Texas. Dr. Benny last posted on her LinkedIn about the OnPassive cult a year ago. So she has not been active much on LinkedIn within the last year either. So she hasn't been streaming for 11 months, hasn't been posting on LinkedIn for about a year. So what's going on, Dr. Benny? Upon researching Dr. Benedette Ntinglet, I came across many different spellings of her name. Anyway, here is an alleged award she got from the top 100 doctors for being class of 2022, where her name is spelled Benedette Ntinglet, as we usually see it spelled. But later you will also see her name spelled as Bernadette Ntinglet, but I believe that is a misprint. This will all make sense soon, I promise. I have searched the entire web for Bernadette with an E or Bernadette with an A and all possible spellings of her name. She appears to be the only one. There is only one Bernadette Ntinglet. One. There's no Bernadette or etc. that exists in the world or online other than this one. There's only one Dr. Benny, if you will. That's important for later. Remember that. For now, let's check out how she was a top 100 doctor at the Universal School of Health, which we also learned about last time. But right now, the Universal School of Health has their website down, which isn't great. They should really do something about that. It's been a while now, you know. Marty goes live on LinkedIn every day, probably. The LinkedIn people are insane. There is a whole community of people that love LinkedIn. There's a whole subreddit on it. Highly recommend. But I was kind of like, oh, the website's down. That sucks. The Universal School of Health is the Doctor to Doctor World's Top 100 Doctors website. I have discussed this briefly in a deep dive in the past, but will mention again that this does appear to be a scam website and a scam university. You pay a membership and then you are put on a list of the top 100 doctors and given a certificate that does not mean much at all. So let's go over their website homepage once more in case you were not here the first time. So they claim to be the Global Summits Institute, GSI, and it's a preeminent peer-to-peer organization in recognizing leading doctors such as physicians, pharmacists, optometrists, dentists, chiropractors, and healthcare providers who exemplify clinical excellence, innovation, research, organizational leadership, and entrepreneurship in serving the healthcare professions. GSI is of, by, and for the benefit of doctors. Then it says mission: to inspire, enable, and empower doctors to bring solidarity to the global healthcare industry through sustainable and lean doctor-to-doctor D2D systems. Vision: to create a global think tank of renowned healthcare providers who exemplify clinical excellence, innovation, research, organizational leadership, and entrepreneurship to maximize networking between doctors. Motto: learn one, do one, teach one. Doesn't it just sound awesome? Gotta love it. Goals: to facilitate D2D, doctor-to-doctor, relationships across the entire spectrum of the healthcare professionals, or healthcare profession, to hold global interdisciplinary summits for information exchange and collaboration between doctors, devoid of third-party influence, to preserve the sacred patient-doctor relationship through D2D mechanisms. You know? Kind of like the star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It only costs $2,500. It's not like they have to be nominated. Maybe. He could be. Selection criteria: any nominee's level of continuing education, research efforts, publications, degrees, fellowships, past awards, innovations, use of technology and cutting-edge techniques, leadership roles, moral fiber, humanitarian efforts, notable contributions to the profession, and/or a combination of such qualities will be considered. However, upon searching for all spellings of Dr. Benny's name on the list of 2022 graduates and even the cohort or promos, I could not find her. It's funny because, as you can see, there's a whole bunch of these pages that have the class of 2022, and she's not on any of them. I couldn't find her anywhere. I was like, how come she doesn't exist in the big class pictures? But then I kept looking at this top100doctors.com post of hers that's here, and I was like, I know the gold's a little different, but surely she couldn't have lied about this, could she? Imagine lying. Imagine lying that you're on the doctor-to-doctor world's top 100. How sad would that be, you know? I was like, I don't want that to be Dr. Benny's fate. So I sat there and I searched through every single page and every certificate from 2022, 2021, 2023. I don't know. Maybe she got her own year wrong. I don't know. All right. I was just searching everywhere and I couldn't find her. So I thought for a moment that her promo was deceptive. I was starting to be like, Dr. Benny, did you just make this as a collage yourself? Because you may have. Because the whole top 100 doctors class of 2022 looks a little cut off at the top, you know? And I was like, what are you doing, Dr. Benny? What are you doing? But then I found it. You can only get to it with one very specific link. So it's still a little bit sus, okay? I don't understand. I'm like, I don't know why she's not listed on any of the class lists. She's not on there anywhere other than when you click on this one link, you are led to this page that says, yes, she was a top 100 doctor. And it says here, experienced information systems security professional with more than 10 years of comprehensive IT security leadership and support experience. Provide organizational, legal, and information technology guidance to both public and private sector organizations by developing and improving organizational capabilities such as contracts, policies, SOPs, and other business documents and processes throughout NOAA, NIH, FCC, and Peace Corps. I was like, whoa, wait, now the Peace Corps is also involved? What the heck? Additional 10 years is experience performing functional and administrative tasks in the healthcare industry, supporting private sector facilities in organizational reformation serving as a SME for healthcare and medical industry practices and operational procedures. Perform compliance assessments of functional and technical documentation such as system security plan, incident response plan, disaster recovery plan, software licensing agreement, interconnection security agreement, SaaS, PaaS agreements, client data protection policy, cloud data privacy policy to ensure Sarbanes-Oxley, SOX, General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, and Federal Information Security Modernization Act, FISMA, compliance. It's a lot. They say a lot. Goes on to say it provides expertise with developing, maintaining, and managing security authorizations and assessment packages, develop and document all required artifacts for SA and A packages. And then it almost like repeats it all again. You know? So there's some bullet points here. And if you're in the replay crew, feel free to read through all of them. Just as an example, it has document systems risk assessment for client directives and requirements. A lot of it honestly sounds like an AI bot wrote it. It sounds like someone inputted, what would I do if I worked as an ISSO? And then got like a whole bunch of bullshit written to them by ChatGPT. And then they just like copied and pasted it. So you can take from it whatever you choose to take from it. It's not until the end that it gets kind of funny. So I do want to read through these last few here that say, has the capability in developing and plans of action and milestones. Management guide as developing and maintaining plan of actions and milestones for IT systems. Which makes me laugh because I'm kind of like, I wonder what Dr. Benny thinks of Ash not reaching any of his milestones. Collecting and submitting SA and A packages for information assurance, IA, security and control assessor, SCA, review an assessment. And just as someone that's allegedly doing all these assessments and reviewing all these things to say if they're following all the laws, I just think it's funny that that's what her job was before she ended up in OnPassive, you know? And then it says, which is my favorite one, has ensured users and system support personnel have the required authorization and need to know, have been indoctrinated, and she is familiar with internal security practices before access to the IT system. So look at that. Even when she was a top 100 doctor, she was doing indoctrination. Jeez, Dr. Benny. Lord. All of that, though, would, sorry. So, Dr. Benny here has got in a little bit of trouble with us here at OnPassive. Those of us that speak out about it. There's been a couple things that she has done which have been a little bit worrisome. A little bit worrisome, if you will. Maybe it would be better if I did that. Okay, perfect. Yes. Sorry. So as we just went through, Dr. Benny has done a lot in the IT sector, and she does know a lot about it.
We do have application security. Now, within the application security, it is a process of developing and testing the security features, right, within the application, which it prevents the vulnerability. Now, when I talk about vulnerability, it's like the weakness that some of our systems are having. So, and there are certain types of application which at first I really did not know. You talk about the authentication, authorization, and you have encryption, you have logging. So at this time, I will not really spend too much time explaining it, but I want to let you guys know that all your information will be protected because why? We do have antivirus software that it will be installed. Firewalls also will be installed. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
So as you heard, when she talks about technology, it sounds like she doesn't know much, which is very surprising based on the education and the experience that she claims to have had in this whole field. You know what I'm saying? Chris says, Dr. Benny was huge back when Ash was trying to convince everyone that his data center used LPv6 instead of LPv4 like all the others. Yes. Yes, but she never really seemed to know what she was talking about. And then she did something which a lot of us consider to be quite the crime here. And it's something that we have discussed numerous times on my channel about how people were doing this in OnPassive. And that is telling mothers to sign up their unborn children, which again is criminal.
To tell you whatever transpired in Dubai, when I saw the television. When you look at the television, on the screen, you see OnPassive, OnPassive, OnPassive.
Oh, what happened to that one? That one just stopped. Hold on, guys. I'll get it. The thing's messing up on me again. Give me a sec. Here, sorry.
Females, all ladies, all the women who are pregnant.
What's going on? Hold on. Don't want that up yet. We want this up.
The unborn, all the females, all ladies, all the women who are pregnant. If your baby, the unborn fetus, is 8 months in your womb, that child will be born with silver spoon in his or her mouth or gold spoon. That child will never suffer again.
Yes, that's right. You heard that right.
All the females, all ladies, all the women who are pregnant, if your baby, the unborn fetus, is 8 months in your womb, that child will be born with silver spoon in his or her mouth or gold spoon. That child will never suffer again.
Yeah, so she is one of the main people in OnPassive that promoted signing up your unborn child to OnPassive. And that's kind of when she really grabbed people's attention here. And people were just kind of like, who is this crazy lady that is telling everyone to sign up unborn children? She talks a lot about children. It's something that she seems to really care about, discussing children, which is kind of an interesting thing when you dive into Dr. Benny's background a little bit more. Just a little bit more. So, upon researching her further, I came across a court case that actually referenced good old Dr. Benny. And this court case is from August 9th, 2011. I have left links in the description down below if you choose to read the entire case. Right now, I am doing a trigger warning. I don't often do this, so you know it's serious. I only do these when it's serious. So my community knows when Queen puts up a trigger warning, that means there's something's going to be triggering. So trigger warning for child abuse, child labor, financial abuse, and actual slavery. I'm not using that word lightly. Judicial language used going forward, such as illegal alien, is not necessarily supported by myself or anyone aligned with this YouTube channel. I personally hate that term, but this term is going to end up being on the screen. It is in the court documents, and I might end up reading it while I'm reading to you what we're about to get into. Do know, I do not support that term. I do not think anyone should ever be referred to as an alien, but allegedly that's a legal term in the USA. Rights and freedoms, USA, USA. So I can't do much about it. But just know that we are getting into details of this case that will be shocking. So please do be cautious if these topics are triggering for you going forward. And if you are watching Replay Crew, when I am done covering this, we're going to be reacting to some videos. So fast forward to when I am reacting to the videos, and you will have skipped all of the creepy stuff. I will put a timestamp down below in the comment section when I get off of here for when you can come back to watch it. Just be prepared. We good now. Trigger warning. Let's go. So in the case of Mubang versus the United States, Teresa S. Mubang was convicted for holding Evelyn Chumbo, a juvenile from Cameroon, in involuntary servitude and for harboring her for financial gain. Chumbo was brought to the United States under the pretense of receiving an education, but was instead subjected to forced labor, physical abuse, and isolation at the age of 10. From the court documents, this case stems from petitioner Teresa Mubang's treatment of a young illegal alien from Cameroon named Evelyn Chumbo. Mukbang brought Chumbo to the United States, ostensibly to receive an education. Rather than sending Evelyn to school, however, Mubang instead held Evelyn in servitude for more than 2 years, forcing her to cook, clean, and care for Mubang's children without compensation. At the same time, Mubang isolated Evelyn from the outside world while subjecting her to substantial physical and mental abuse. Mubang's treatment of Evelyn was apparently part of a pattern of conduct spanning several years and involving multiple girls from Cameroon. Various witnesses at trial provided testimony establishing the oppressive coercion that Mubang used to keep Evelyn working in her employ. But perhaps the most powerful testament testimony came from Evelyn herself. That's right, she got up on the stand herself. She told the jury how Mubang forced her to work from the early morning hours until very late at night, maintaining the household, cooking, and taking care of Mubang's children. When she was allowed to sleep, she slept on the floor. According to Evelyn, when she did not complete her assigned tasks to Mubang's satisfaction, the consequences were severe. Mubang would beat her with the heel of a shoe, pull her hair, and punish her with other physical abuse on roughly a weekly basis. Other times, Mubang would use a length of white plastic television cable to whip Evelyn's hands and back until she bled. Evelyn received one beating with the cable, and we're calling her Evelyn to humanize her. For instance, when she changed the television channel while Mubang's child was watching it. Remember, Evelyn is a child herself. On some occasions, Mubang would use a metal broom, striking Evelyn with it over and over until she grew exhausted. Yet another time, Mubang beat Evelyn so much she bled on Mubang's carpet. Mubang angrily instructed Evelyn to clean her stinking blood on her carpet. When Evelyn did not clean up the blood well enough, Mubang beat her again. The government, who was the ones, basically she's been charged for this. The government showed pictures of the resulting scars at trial, and Evelyn testified about some head wounds. Still, some abuse left no mark, as emotional doesn't. When Mubang was too tired to beat Evelyn, for example, she made her stand next to Mubang's bed throughout the night, without support, as an exhausting punishment. This is just the part that I can read without being completely demonetized. Other testimony provided further support for the claims of abuse lodged against Mubang. Vivian Massa, for instance, testified that she saw Mubang strike Evelyn when she did not do her work well. In one instance, Massa watched as Mubang dragged Evelyn into another room where she proceeded to beat Evelyn with a shoe. The jury also heard testimony from Imelda Angu. In December 1998, Evelyn and Imelda decided to run away from Mubang's home because Imelda ended up being another child that was bought as a slave in this home. This is in 1998. This isn't in 1948. This is in 1998. You know, like, what the fuck is going on over here? They contacted Angu, a relative of Evelyn, they were cousins, who testified that she picked them up from Mubang's residence and took them to her house to stay with her. Angu stated that at the time she picked the two girls up, she noticed that Evelyn had an oozing head wound and some other scars. Angu soon learned where the wounds came from as Evelyn began telling her stories of her abuse at Mubang's hands. Mubang told Angu how Mubang beat her with the heel of a shoe for under-seasoning the food she cooked. Angu learned how Mubang would pull Evelyn's hair so hard that she would yank clumps of hair from Evelyn's head. And she heard how Evelyn received beatings with a cable or a broom. And this person who came to rescue these girls did testify about these statements at the trial. Now remember, there's a relative that came to pick up these girls. On February 28th, 2005, Teresa Mubang was sentenced in absentia to 17 years and 6 months in prison, which isn't long enough, in my opinion. I think that 25 looks better, but hey, what do I know? Along with 3 years of supervised release. Additionally, she was ordered to pay $100,000 in restitution to the victim and a $200 special assessment. You know? So 17 years and 6 months in jail for these crimes. At least there's some justice. Now, you're probably like, okay, Queen, that's great. Thanks for telling us about this awful case. Not. What the hell does this have to do with Dr. Benny? And that's a very good question. The case described abuse that no child should ever have to go through, along with a harrowing story of her escaping the abuse, which led to this conviction. After her conviction, good old Teresa Mubang sought to challenge the verdict by presenting new evidence to support her claim of what they call actual innocence. That's the legal term for it. Among this new evidence was an affidavit from a good old Benedette Ntinglet, who is Dr. Benny, who asserted that she, Dr. Benny, and not the other witness, Imelda Angu, had picked up Evelyn and the other girl, whose name was Chantel Adamba, I'm probably saying that wrong, when they left Mubang's home and escaped. Yeah, Dr. Benny came to say, that girl's relative didn't come pick her up. It was me. I went and picked her up. Dr. Benny also claimed she did not observe any injuries on Evelyn at that time, contradicting Angu's testimony about her condition. I must stress here that this testimony was given by Dr. Benny to the courts after Teresa Mubang was found guilty and was being convicted of these crimes against not just one, but 2 minor children. That's right, not just one, 2. 2 minor children. And you got to ask yourself, like, why? What the heck? Why would you do that? You know?
There are a lot of children suffering.
So there is a case of Teresa Mubang challenging the evidence, and you'll notice it's dated for 2014. So a few years into it, after she was sentenced, convicted, said, yep, you get 17 and a half years, go to jail, you crazy, crazy psycho child abuser. Just go. Like, Dr. Benny came out to be like, actually, I'm the one that picked the girls up, and they were absolutely fine. This lady shouldn't be in jail. We should let her out. I mean, what's wrong with having minor children as your slaves? Well, what would be wrong with that, Dr. Benny says. We got to get this lady out of jail. I was sure to search for the spelling of her name, which is the correct spelling, although there is times in the document where it does say Benedette, and I, for a split second, was like, oh, maybe it's somebody else. And they're not talking about our Dr. Benny. But no, it's been confirmed that, again, this is the only one. Throughout this process of learning who this woman is, I had to double check many times that it was actually that one. There is no other one, but I keep hoping there will be. Like, I keep checking and I'm like, no. So from the court documents, the second piece of new evidence is testimony from, now here it's spelled Benedette Ntinglet, that she in fact picked up Evelyn and Adamba from Mubang's home, attacks the testimony given by Angu more directly. Yet even this testimony would not establish actual innocence. For one, so she was basically like the thing that was supposed to prove the innocence of this woman to get her out of the jail. Right? She was like the trump card brought in. For one, as already explained, the other evidence in the record could easily permit a reasonable juror to find coercion, even putting aside Angu's somewhat cumulative corroboration of Evelyn's injuries. Even if Angu's testimony about Evelyn's head wound was entirely fiction, the record was nevertheless filled with other testimony recounting incident after incident of coercive violence. So it's like, sure, Dr. Benny, you can say that she was completely fine that one time, except we have all these other instances. So that wouldn't prove her innocence. Too bad for you. Moreover, Dr. Benny's contrary testimony would have merely set up conflicting sworn accounts for the jury. The existence of such a swearing match would not establish that no reasonable juror could have credited the testimony of the prosecuting witness. In short, a reasonable juror would be justified in rejecting Dr. Benny's testimony. And here's more where it says Dr. Benny's speculative assertion that she lied because she was jealous of Mubang's wealth. These are the excuses that Dr. Benny give for why it was okay. Does not even merit comment. Speculative and collateral impeachment falls far short of showing grounds for actual innocence. This is particularly so when, like Angu, there are reasons to question Ntinglet's credibility. In an earlier affidavit, for instance, Dr. Benny stated that Angu took pictures of Evelyn's scars. Later, however, Dr. Benny insists that if Mrs. Chumbao had any type of physical injury or scarring, then I would have seen it. So 1 minute, Dr. Benny says, oh yeah, they took pictures of the scars. And then the next minute, there were no scars. She didn't see anything. So that's a little bit suspicious.
There are a lot of children suffering.
In other words, the court found that Dr. Benny's affidavit did not establish actual innocence. The court noted that even if Angu's testimony about Chumbao's injuries was entirely fictional, the record was still filled with other evidence recounting incidents of coercive violence. Dr. Benny's testimony would have merely set up conflicting sworn accounts for the jury, and the existence of such a swearing match would not establish that no reasonable juror could have credited the testimony of the prosecuting witnesses. Therefore, while Dr. Benny's involvement as a witness was intended to challenge the credibility of previous testimonies, to get them thrown out to prove innocence of that woman, her statements were ultimately deemed insufficient to overturn Mubang's conviction, especially since she was contradicting herself. Now, I do not think I have to go into detail about why being a part of a case such as this would make me question Dr. Benny's ethics, not only with business, but in general. I cannot help but wonder why Dr. Benny was okay with someone treating children in this way. And I cannot fathom why she would be okay to basically do what I consider to be a false testimony on the stand. And the children thing really bothers me.
There are a lot of children suffering.
I'm just saying. This makes me question anything that Dr. Benny has ever said since. In my opinion, if she's willing to lie under oath, she would be willing to lie about anything, including the amazing business opportunities of both OnPassive and Vibe. I feel her character is questionable at best, and we should be very wary of anything that Dr. Benny is a part of. I still don't know what her connections are to child trafficking, but I do know that multi-level marketing is often attached to organized crime. And I do know that OnPassive has also been recently attached to organized crime, and none of this looks very good. It just don't look good. Won't somebody please think of the children? Dr. Benny has gone live several times on YouTube, as I said earlier, and she often goes live with other creators, especially fellow O founders from OnPassive. I'm going to show you some clips from her lives, and this is an example here of one of the ones that we'll be looking at to show you that, yep, she's been making content with all kinds of founders, not just Engineer Mike, but she has interviews with others as well. And I hope that this gives us more of an insight into who good old Dr. Benny is as a person. Because I'm sure that after everything that I just told you, you really want to get to know her more, don't you? Right? So I think that we should just start right off with her interview that she did, where she basically tells us all about herself. This was kind of her introduction to OnPassive, one of the very first times that she was ever on a webinar where they made it about her. It's almost like a shitting the light, but with somebody else. And she explains to us who she is and why she joined. So I think that's the best place to start. I should just start calling myself doctor, and I'll add doctor to my first name legally, and then people that don't think critically will assume I'm smart. Good to see you, Angel. Yes, you should. I guarantee that you deserve it more than Dr. Benny. So let's just get right into this video.
You all must have seen on her webinars a lady who possesses ample knowledge and carry a vision of bringing a change in the lives of people. She's from United States. We are lucky enough to get her learning and experiences. She's none other than Dr. Benny Ntinglet. We cordially welcome, ma'am. You are here. Hello, ma'am.
Woo!
Hello,
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I am OnPassive at the triple top.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks for coming.
How are you? I am OnPassive, triple top. Like what? Okay.
You gave me your precious time. I appreciate your sense of beauty. I always found you charming and attractive and beautiful. You really know the art of makeup. The way you present yourself, it's really appreciable. I really love your style of living.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Aww.
So, ma'am, we start the question. Ma'am, my first question is, are you where you we know are you from USA, but are you originally from USA, or you are from another country like other leaders like Charles from Cameroon and Michael Williams from Jamaica, West Indies? So we want to know.
I am from Cameroon,
Okay.
originally.
Okay, okay. So where you live in USA now?
I reside in Chevy Chase, Maryland,
Oh,
USA.
okay, okay, okay. Ma'am, tell me about your family. We want to know from you.
Sure, certainly. I have 2 children, a son and a daughter.
Okay,
My father has more than 30 children,
okay,
more than 5 wives, and some of my brothers and sisters are here in the United States, and some of them are in Cameroon, West Africa.
okay, 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 ma'am. Ma'am, would you like to introduce yourself? Where have you been working throughout these years? What is your expectation?
To be honest, her being a parent from Cameroon, after what I just told you all, a little bit worrisome.
Certainly. My name is Dr. Benny Ntinglet. I have a PhD in Information Security and Assurance, Cyber Security. I have been working as a program manager and an ISSO, which is Information System Security Officer. I work as a consultant within the federal government.
Angel. It was like charming, attractive, and beautiful. I'd be like, hangs up call.
Great, sir. Great, ma'am. Ma'am, we would like to know about your journey with OnPassive, including when and how did you join, how it has changed your personal and professional life.
Whoa, my journey.
Yes.
Just to let you know,
Uh-huh.
I joined OnPassive.
You're not lying about these brows, though, Violet.
March 2020. In fact, a friend of mine, a trusted friend of mine by name Dr. Helen Akonji, she called me.
Wonder if she also met that person from the 100 Top Doctors. I feel like there's like a whole string of them that probably met through that.
One day, and she said, there is an opportunity out there for me. I said, what is it? She said, there is a company called OnPassive. I said, I hope it's not a multi-level marketing. She said, no. I asked her, with this type of company,
it's like, oh, Dr. Betty, you were so close. You were so close to knowing better.
Do I have to bring people? She said, no. She made me to understand that she noticed a lot that my sister goes out there. I mean, she is with a lot of companies, but she has never seen me with those companies. I said, because I don't like anything like multi-level marketing. As each and everyone knows,
Okay.
multi-level marketing is you have to bring somebody in order to make money.
Which is what she was doing with you and OnPassive. And back in 2020, the funny thing is they were saying that they were multi-level marketing. This like we're not MLM thing is something new that came about. And I believe it was very heavily to the fact that myself and the recovering Hunbots started covering them. And they realized that there was an anti-MLM community out here that was covering MLMs. And he found like the Behind MLM site right around the same time and was like making these fake websites and everything. Like, then he was like, okay, do you know what? We're not MLM anymore, guys. Don't call us that. We're not MLM. So it's funny to hear her saying, back in 2020, I was like, I hate MLMs and I'm not joining one. And then I joined OnPassive.
But she made me to understand that OnPassive is not like that. That makes me happy. And the reason why
again, the safe MLM, something I've been talking about out here. We really have to combat the idea that there is a good way to do this. There isn't. No matter what, it ends up culty and the business plan is set up to fail. Right? But it's like everyone just keeps searching for that one company because they're all indoctrinated to believe that all the other companies suck except for the one that they choose at that moment. And it's like, if we can find some way to end that way of thinking where people believe that there is the one golden nugget, you know, maybe we could stop that from happening, but it gets everybody. It's like, that's why people join Sensi too. Because they're like, oh, this is the safe one. This is the one that even the anti-MLM people kind of like. And I'm like, no, don't promote that. Stop.
Join OnPassive is because for financial freedom. And another reason for me joining OnPassive is because I was looking for an opportunity to pay off my school loan. Because as each and everyone know, your 9-to-5 job cannot pay my school loan for the next 30 years. Now, when I heard about OnPassive,
which again, I showed you guys her extensive working history.
I said, wow. Okay. Now, I found out that with OnPassive, you don't have to bring people to make money. You don't have to recruit. We have viable and legitimate products. I said,
where?
Viable and legitimate products. We have.
Those are some choice words to use. But legitimate, especially like in 2022.
Organic products.
I guess that was when Ash was saying that they had 50 products, though, right?
What does that mean? Organic products are products that are built from scratch. We did not steal it. OnPassive did not steal it from anywhere. OnPassive has organic products. And again, there is no auto shipment with OnPassive, which means that when you pay, let's give an example, the 200 to 300, you don't have to pay again.
But you do. And that's the thing, is that although they don't have like a product that you buy on auto shipment, when you bought OConnect, right, when they had the OConnect for like a few months there, that was technically an auto shipment because you're buying it for 1 month. And then when that month is over, you're expected to buy it again. They seem to think that because they are allegedly going to make enough money to cover it the next time, that makes it so that it's not an auto ship. And I'm like, no, an auto ship just means it automatically would come out of your bank account monthly, which OConnect would. What would be a better thing for them to say here is that you don't get a starter kit. I could maybe get on board with being like, yeah, okay, in this MLM, their like starter kit would be the OES, buying into the OES. So it's not really a starter kit like most MLMs. But in terms of auto ship, like you would have one if you had OConnect going right now. It would be coming out of your account every month, right? You have to pay for that. Or it would be like every few months. I think it was like every 3 months. Those brows, I know. There is no auto ship because there is no product. That too. That's a stretch too. Every product listed on the then operating website, you can find FAQs for each product on other products. It is true. It is true. But there were no products, right? It was just like on the website, these are the products that we hope to have, and these are what they're doing, and here's the FAQs. And that's all it was. Auto ship, auto subscription. Exactly. So like if you have something that's coming out of your bank account every month to pay for software, that would count. It's not just something that you get sent to your door monthly. Like there's been some misunderstanding with that here in OnPassive.
OnPassive will take care of it. Now, by the way, when I asked Dr. Helen Akonji, I said, how much do I have to pay in order to join OnPassive? She made me to understand that it is $97, but I will end up paying $102. I said, are you serious? $97. So are you telling me that I'm going to start a business with $102? Then she make me to understand that when we launch,
Girl, how anti-MLM were you really? Because
I will pay additional $200 to $300 for activation fee. Then I said, is that all? She said, yes. See, it makes, I was so thrilled. I said, no problem. I am in. So when I joined, I was able to put my 2 children in. So what I learned within OnPassive is that
yeah, she signed up for 2 children.
I have learned a lot with OnPassive. Attending more and more webinars, you learn. You have a lot.
Right, Angel? She said she was like not into MLMs. And I'm like, well, you couldn't have been too against them because that was pretty simple for her to get you to agree. I feel like the anti-MLM community would have given far more pushback. Like how deep were you into the anti-MLM stuff? Apparently not that deep, Dr. Benny. Because it only took that? Like, really?
A lot of people or a lot of founders that they have a lot of knowledge. They have gone to their back office. They have studied the products. And then when they talk about those products, you learn, right? You learn. So, and again, I used to be shy.
You lose.
Guess what?
Learn.
I used to be shy. I never knew I would be able to talk to you today. I never knew. But
So Dr. Benny is also one of those main people that promote the idea of, I was really shy when I got here and I would have never been on a webinar. I would have never talked to anybody. She is basically who Marty and Chris are talking about when they are like, well, we've made people feel comfortable speaking to a crowd on a screen during a webinar. Like, I swear to God, that's who they're thinking of is Dr. Benny. She's one of the main people that will be like, they taught me how to speak to strangers. It was great.
I have learned. I'm no longer afraid. Because of OnPassive, I can talk now. I can communicate with my friends all over the globe.
Because of OnPassive?
Ma'am, as you told, you have a specialty in cyber security. Do you relate anything with OnPassive with cyber security? Do you think regarding on cyber security will get some benefit?
Yes. When it comes to cyber security, just to let you know, cyber security is a practice of securing the network, not only for OnPassive, network for any company, right? You want to secure those network from who? From the hackers. There are a lot of hackers out there.
Yes.
They're doing everything to intrude into our data.
Yep. The hackers are coming for OnPassive.
So when it comes to OnPassive, when it comes to OnPassive,
now remember, she didn't get hired at OnPassive as an ISSO. She got hired at lots of other places as one, as I showed you, but not at OnPassive. So she wouldn't know. She has no clue what the technology in OnPassive has or doesn't have and how they're stopping hackers. We've looked into it a little bit, and they didn't even have a firewall at the time. So
cyber security applies to OnPassive, which leads to artificial intelligence, right?
Yeah, there's lots of that here.
Artificial intelligence and the software development company, which it offers a highly secured artificial intelligence driven automation products, the tools, the applications with an emphasis to govern your automation.
So again, when Dr. Benny talks about tech stuff, it doesn't sound like she knows much about it. It sounds like she's just reading the OnPassive website. Which is kind of weird when you consider her alleged education and experience.
So let me tell you again, with this cyber security, I worked with the federal government in cybersecurity, and I specialize in this something we call risk management framework, right? Within the risk management framework, it is a life cycle, right? A life cycle, which it deals with the first, it has like 7 steps, right? I am going to tell you the 7 steps, but I'm not going to elaborate, okay?
Okay.
Right, because for time, because we want to take our time, and I know that our CEO will be coming pretty soon. So when it comes to our risk management framework, first of
That's
all,
right, Chris.
there is a company called FISMA, right? FISMA, which is the Federal Information Security Modernization Act of 2014. It deals with federal, financial system, and educational system. Now, FISMA mandate NIST. What is NIST? National Institute of Standards and Technology, right? Now, FISMA demand NIST to develop some documentation we call artifacts, right? Within those artifacts, there's one of those documents called SSP, which is the System Security Plan. But hold on. Now, based upon this, as I was talking about the risk management framework, it starts with preparation, right? That's the first step.
Okay.
The second step, when we talk about the preparation of the first step, is because you want to prepare the managers to let them know, because some of the people, they don't really like security, right?
Oh,
it's like it seems as if we are coming to bother them. Now, we want to tell them their point of contacts and their rules, what managers supposed to do within any organization. Now, the next is categorize. You categorize the system. Now, there are certain documentation that you have to categorize the system.
Yeah, risk management, telling them how to follow laws, somehow ends up in OnPassive.
Okay, sorry. You have FIPS 199 and NIST 860 volume 1 and 2. Then the second you control selection. You have FIPS 200 and NIST.
Just goes to show you, can't become immune.
853, right? The next you have control implementation, which you have NIST 801-28, NIST 884, NIST 870, and more. Now you have control assessment. This one, there are certain people, certain departments that they will come when an ISSO, which is me, right? Information System Security Officer. I will develop the documents, the artifacts. When I develop the artifacts, a security control assessor will come and assess to make sure that the documentation that are created based upon the controls are correct. Next, we have ATO, which is authorization to operate, right?
Authorized authorization. All right, Dr. Benny, you go, girl.
Right? You have somebody who will come and check all the documentation.
Somebody.
His name, he is an authorizing official. He will come and make sure that the documents are correct. Then the next and the last one is called the continuous monitoring. When it comes to continuous monitoring, there are certain documents.
Why is that face so scary to me? Whenever she does that, I find it slightly horrifying. She does it quite often. This face she gives when she like puts her head on her hand and then looks at us, and she does it for like dramatic pauses sometimes. And she'll do like this smile, and you're just like, what is that, Dr. Benny? This. What is this? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Stop doing that.
Certain documents that you have to use.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? Is that she may have done this in past jobs, but she never did it for OnPassive. Yet somehow, during a webinar about OnPassive, we're going to talk about all this cybersecurity stuff. And it's like, okay, you may know about that, but you have no clue about OnPassives. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? Yeah, here we are. It's word salad, but because she's using technical terms, it sounds better. And I feel like she thinks that it legitimizes OnPassive, right? Which it kind of does to some people. I mean, we've heard Marty and Chris basically be like, we have so many doctors and people that work in the IT sector here. Like, if we were doing something wrong with like technology and softwares and stuff, wouldn't some of these technicians like not be here? That's all this is to me too. It's like have her come up on a webinar, talk about technology and how great it is. And then people hear her talking about this and they somehow connect it to OnPassive because it says OnPassive in their background.
For those monitoring, which you have what? I'm just going to give you one. NIST 800-137. So when it comes to monitoring, right?
Okay.
You're monitoring to make sure that there is no problem within the system. As I told you before, the hackers are out there doing everything to intrude. But then, guess what our CEO did? When it comes to OnPassive, what he did was
hackers?
he hired CEH, which is Certified Ethical Hackers. Those certified ethical hackers, they are, I think they are in India. So what they do, they are there to monitor the system. They're watching to see what is going on within OnPassive.
Yep. That's what she's claiming. I assume she's talking about the people in Hyderabad that were working. You know, they have their Hyderabad office. So she seems to think that they were hired just to watch it from hackers, you know? And I'm over here like, what hackers? Why would they want to steal from you people? Listen, I'm sure other businesses have to worry about this. But like, you know, OnPassive doesn't. But this is, again, where they get a lot of their bullshit from. People like Dr. Benny, right? They're like, oh, well, we got hacked. Other companies stole from us. They stole our ideas and our stuff, right? Well, I feel like Dr. Benny talking about this here, for example, is kind of a good starting point for where that rumor grows. Right? Like, this is the starting point of that rumor later on, many years later. Because back in 2020, when was this? I think this was in 2022. The seed was planted that hackers were trying to take from OnPassive. And it sounds ridiculous, I know. But Dr. Benny doing several streams like this, talking about this, and how hackers are coming and trying to steal things, she kind of did that, and now it makes it so that when Gina Leva comes out here now, and she says things like, oh, the hackers stole from our company, you know, one day Ash will tell us about what happens. And you guys are sitting here going, oh my God, like, Gene, you sound insane, as we all are. And you're like, where did you get that from? It's like from things like this. From these webinars with Dr. Benny. And you guys know that they go and they cycle through old webinars a lot. And like Marty and Chris will like go and grab an old webinar from like 4 years ago. And they'll clip parts in it and then they'll like post it. And then people think it's from like today. You know, like there's a lot of that kind of thing going on. So I couldn't help but while watching this the first time, which was like 4 months ago when I started to work on this stream. I've been working on this for a while, but I was kind of like, interesting to hear Dr. Benny go into such details about these kinds of things with what they're talking about today in OnPassive and what we just recently heard them talking about, because that was very new, right? They're all like, all these other companies have stolen stuff from us, and everyone's like, where are they getting this from? Things like this. This is why.
Wow. Ma'am, we got a lot info. I think I should do another session, a cybersecurity session with you. So for detailed session. So we'll do inshallah soon. Ma'am, next question is, how do you see OnPassive after launch? How is it going to impact the lives of founders, customers, and business all around the world?
Oh Lord, here we go.
All right. When it comes to OnPassive,
Her
knowing
facial-
what I know today, first, as a founder, my school loan will be paid. That will make me happy.
It really does sound like one of the main things that Dr. Benny joined OnPassive for is to pay off this student loan she's got, which, hey, I'm still paying off one too, Dr. Benny. I can completely relate. So it's kind of funny, again, that now we hear people in OnPassive saying it's not about the money. You didn't join for the money. Well, it appears Dr. Benny joined to pay off her student loan. And I don't think they accept her.
My children's school loan will be paid.
And children's student loan as well. Because I'm pretty sure that her children are, they're college age, going off to school. You know, gotta get an education plan for the kiddos.
It will make me happy. All the founders, they will never cry again. They will never suffer again. When it comes to our customers, because of the products we have, remember, I stated before, we have organic products. The key features of our products are more than all the products all over the globe. Those customers will be so thrilled that, oh, I'm glad I bought these products. They will be happy as compared to others. As you know, we have this product called Oh Bless.
Chris does this mean she hasn't paid any student loan payments for the past 7 years? I don't know. I honestly don't know, because as I showed you, like, she's had work. She's had work, maybe not since, technically, according to her LinkedIn, she's working even right now at a job. So you would think that she would have been making some payments. I don't know what she's really talking about here in terms of not really working, because according to her resume, but maybe she hasn't.
It's going to help each and every one. These children will not suffer again.
Yes. So, ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am.
The children.
As we all know,
The children that you're going to sign up, when they're in the womb, they'll never suffer again. Think about it. There are some people that signed up their unborn children back when this began, and those kids are turning like 5 and 6 now. And it's like, this thing still hasn't started. This thing's been going for almost as long as my daughter's been alive for.
our genius mastermind of this project, Mr. Ash Mufareh. What is your opinion about Mr.
Alb says, no one in the USA has made a single student loan payment in the last 7 years. It's the biggest fraud perpetrated on the American taxpayers in history. I agree with that here in Canada as well. Although here in Canada, I believe that you do have some programs that you can use to pay off your student loan if you're lower income and stuff like that. I'm still paying off mine. I don't fall in these categories. But yes, you shouldn't have to pay for your education. I don't like that. There was a time when Canada was going to make it all free, and I was all for that. I was like, yes, education should be free. If you want people to work so that your country can run properly, don't make them pay for the education that they would need in order to work then. Because there's even trades, you have to go and get an education. And I say even trades because there's people that look down on trades and don't consider it to be real education. But I'm like, yeah, you still got to go to trade school for that shit. That still costs money. And what are we going to do out here with no plumbers and nobody in the labor force? That's a huge issue. And we're actually seeing a lot of that right now because we had a whole thing where a bunch of the people, at least here in Canada, they were all going to uni and college for other things instead of getting into the trades because the trades had such a negative view. for whatever reason. I don't know why. I feel like people have always made decent money there. Kind of like if you got the body to do it, go do it. But that's the thing, is that it is hard on the body. But then I'm like, okay, but so is being a doctor and a nurse and working as a paramedic. And there's a bunch of jobs out here that are a vet even can be hard on the body. You know, like, I don't know. But I just think that all of that should be free. I think that it should, you know, like the rest of education. We don't pay for our public school, you know, our grade school. We don't pay for high school. So what we do in paying for college? Again, it's like extra education. Well, I don't like that. That seems classist. What are we doing out here, you know? Someone has to pay for it. It's true. I'm not sure why most people seem to think that people who didn't go to college should be funding people who did. That's very interesting. That's interesting. You know, I don't really know what the solution is, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're not paying for it, then the taxpayers would have to pay for it, I guess, right? That's how that would work. So we just lose either way. We never win. We never win as the people, do we? We just lose. It's a lose-lose situation for us. You know, we either have to pay for the education or then we have to pay for extra taxes. We never win. It's about time that we win. You know, it's about time we win one.
Mr. Ash Mufareh, how do you see Mr. Ash Mufareh?
Oh, God. As if that's even a question. How do you see Mr. Ash Mufareh? She's going to be like, that's my God.
Oh, Mr. Ash, he is like a brother to me.
Okay.
Sometimes I don't really want to talk about him.
Oh. Why? Dr. Benny, that was weird. I wasn't really expecting that. Sometimes I don't want to talk about him. Why? Is it a sensitive subject for you? Why? That's probably the only reaction to that question that I have not seen, actually. I'm over here all like, oh, she'll probably say this. And then she blindsided me, damn it. But now I'm like, wait, actually, that might be the only answer to that I haven't seen. I don't like talking about him sometimes. That's bizarre.
Mr. Ash.
Mr. Ash.
He is the one that saw the vision. He saw the vision about OnPassive. He decided that he did not want you and I, all the founders, to suffer. He decided that he wanted all of us to become founders. Right? Mr. Ash, I would say he is the best brother that I know of, best husband to his wife, best daddy to his children, best uncle. He is a godsend. And let me say more about him. He is a self-sacrificing man, a man who has a heart for humanity, and who stated, either I do or I die. He is the man who is here to correct corruption. He is here to eradicate poverty and to uplift humanity. As we all know, he is a perfectionist. What do I mean by perfectionist? He is someone who has that personality that thrives for flawlessness. He is hardworking. He wants everything to be correct, especially when it comes to these products, before he can release it out there. One thing, I do understand that a lot of founders, they want, bam, 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 they want us to launch so fast. No, they need to sit and wait. Do you understand?
Come on.
Yes.
Just sit and wait. And then she's like, are you listening? Lord, it's like you almost lost all of us, Dr. Betty. She's gonna cry, maybe. What Ash wants for Ash matters more, still matters more, in my opinion. Otherwise, I feel like he would just tell them what's happening. He's too scared to tell them everything that's actually going on, which at this point, it would make almost more sense to. I feel like they would still stick with him. I mean, they're already indoctrinated into this thing and to believe whatever he does is going to be amazing anyway. So he doesn't actually have much to lose, but he's just so horrified that that will like end this for him, you know? So he won't come out here and tell them what's actually going on, and that it will take probably at least a year before anything happens here. It's like, just come out and tell them. But no, he's too selfish. And he's like, I would rather just string them along so that they still praise me all the time when I'm not there. I beg to differ. Ash did want everyone to suffer so he could eat 5-star meals. Which AI has the most heart now? Correct those corrupted brows. Yeah, Dr. Betty. Do something with those eyebrows.
Our CEO
I forgot to put a trigger warning for the eyebrows. I did one for everything else.
is the best. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, indeed, ma'am.
Are you surprised, though, by what she said here? I mean, of course, that's what she thinks about Ash, you know? That's what they all think.
You are right. I never seen a CEO before.
You are right, he says. He's like hardly reacting. He's kind of a funny interviewer.
Who talk about mutual benefit and talk about others. So amazing. Ma'am, what is your favorite product in OnPassive and why you like it?
All right. My favorite product, despite the fact that I love all of them.
Yes.
I would say, let me just choose O Network. The reason for O Network is because O Network is just like Facebook.
Yes.
O Network deals with community. All right, just like Facebook.
Yes.
So O Network is an excellent social media platform for connecting with communities of people who will share.
Which year did she? This is from 2022. August, I believe, or April. I did have the exact date. It's from 2022. She didn't really talk much until 2022. When she made her own YouTube channel, then you started to see her coming and doing interviews and all that stuff. Before 2022, we don't have much of Dr. Benny. It just might be like an appearance here and there on a webinar where she only talks for a couple minutes, that kind of thing.
The same interest.
This was actually one of her very first times where she like came out and talked for longer than like 5 minutes during a webinar, which I don't even know if she did webinars even for that long before. But this was one of her very first interviews, if not her first interview. It's the oldest one that we have on YouTube right now of hers. You can't really find one from before. So that's why I thought we would listen to this one. It kind of gives us the best insight into why she joined and who she is. There is this Shining the Light with her. Yes, there is. I believe I also have that if you want to give it a little watch.
Right? Like I will communicate, I will try to join O Network with people who knows security. So
people who knows security. And I'm like, because you're not one of those people, it sounds like, even though you have this really long resume of allegedly working in it and risk management, the way she speaks, you're like,
we can communicate together.
Yes.
When it comes to security, right?
Yes.
And then
so
there are a lot of people, you have companies that they would like to come, they would join our own network, just like they go to Facebook and they try to advertise
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yes. So
Okay.
you have, it is like a marketplace. All network helps to stay connect with friends and family, to discover. Sometimes you would discover new friends that you have never seen,
Yes.
right? With all network, you can chat with your friends.
Yes.
You can chat with your friends and family. And then we do have some few key features about all network. With all network, it has evolved with AI, which is artificial intelligence technology, right?
Okay.
It's
I haven't heard much about O Network, especially not for a while.
users requirements and it attracts new people to come,
Yes.
right? So that we can work together.
Yes.
So that is all I can tell you about all network.
Yes. Indeed, ma'am. You are right. Basic our product is ONet, and O network is the part of a small part of ONet. If small part is amazing, when we'll see the huge part of ONet, other part of ONet, it will amazing, ma'am. Sir. So, ma'am, one more product, OBless. What do you think OBless will impact on human life?
Oh. When it comes to Obless, Obless is a crowdfunding application which gives the transparency, it gives the trust, it gives ties that are necessary to make global giving both hyperlocal and instantaneous impactful. With Obless,
Impactful.
what I know is that
Lord.
it makes you connect with people worldwide to support the needy.
We can tell Dr. Benny's like reading this off of the website.
In order for you to raise funds for
Okay.
those who are in need.
Oh, okay.
There are a lot of people out there
That's
who
Chris.
are in need. With Obless,
Oh, bless.
you don't have to pay any additional money.
Why did she say it like that? Oh, bless. And like technically, Oh, bless, wasn't it a crowdfunding platform? So it would just endlessly be asking you for money. That's kind of what it was, wasn't it? Like that was the basic idea, was that if somebody needed something and they were part of Oh Bless, they would basically be like, oh, I'm in need, help me. And then you would help them. And I mean, if you're living far away from someone, the only way you can really offer help to them is by offering them money. I mean, sure, you could like order something to their house or something. Like, I don't know, do things like that. But it's like in the case of something like OnPassive, like, what is the help going to be? It's not like someone's going to jump on a flight and show up at the person's door. That would even need to be crowdfunded. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like that's kind of what it was. It was their version of GoFundMe, although with them instead of the general public kind of thing. So I feel like that would basically be asking for cash just constantly then, wouldn't it? Like you would be expected then to constantly be donating to Obless, and they never thought about this. Crowdfunding, well, Ash holds the pot of money. That's right.
Let's give an example. We're looking for
Gold at the end of the rainbow.
$16,000 or $20,000
Oh Lord.
to help a needy.
Okay.
With Obless, let me say if I say, okay, I'm going to give $200.
But see, now you're also talking about giving Obless $200. Like, what do you mean no money?
Obless will not charge you additional fee. That is
Okay.
the best thing about Obless.
Well, you can just donate your $200 without an additional fee. That's what you're supposed to be excited for. Shit, that sucks.
But with other companies, they charge fees. I want to thank our CEO for this.
Oh, I see. Because GoFundMe does take a portion. So they mean it's not going to take a portion of the funds, and that's their selling point.
Yes. Wow, ma'am.
Right, the grifting app.
30th March 2022 was a memorable day or in OnPassive, you know. We want to know from you what what happened in Dubai and Burj Khalifa. So, how do you see that day?
My goodness. Thank you so much for asking me this question. March the 30th of 2022.
Oh no.
We had marketing campaign there as well.
Uh-huh.
In fact, OnPassive was introduced into the world. That is my thinking.
Yes.
That is my belief. It was introduced into the world March the 30th of 2022.
Uh-huh.
Now, when you look at Burj Khalifa, you look at the building, knowing that it is the tallest building in the world.
As if Oblast actually existed. You bet your sweet ass that Ash would be taking a cut. Karate lessons are not cheap, right? Right?
And we have floor 134 and floor 151.
Oh, do we?
That is why it is stated we are at the top.
See how they have 2 floors? And then they only ever listed one on the website, and that was the 151. What happened to floor 134? Where did it go? What happened to it? Have we found it?
Despite the fact that we are at the top, I will say we are at the triple top.
That's funny because it's like, is that what you guys meant when you said we're at the top? That you were going to just rent out the top of the Burj Khalifa? I thought it had something to do with being the top company or having the top technology or something, you know? Being the top MLM, but no, it was just about being high up in the Burj Khalifa. Oh, okay. Oh, was it 134 they listed? Well, then there's 151. Sorry, it's been a little while. All right, like, all I know is one of them was listed, one of them was missing. We never did find out what happened to it. And Ash, like, never spoke of it again. They were all promoting this. Like, it was amazing. Like, you hear her doing here for many years. Where they were, like, 2 floors in the Burj Khalifa. And then once it went up on the website, only listed 1. And then I pointed it out very heavily in a few live streams in a row. Then all of a sudden, we just never heard about it again. Like, nobody even talked about it. They would just be like, yeah, we're in the Burj Khalifa. And then they would just leave it at that. They wouldn't mention how many floors. They wouldn't mention the floor numbers. They wouldn't mention anything about it. It was just like, it never happened that they said they had 2 floors and then only listed 1. Never, ever happened. Like they do with so many things where you're like, what happened with that? I have people messaging me every once in a while and they'll be like, Queen, what happened to them like promoting this one thing that they were promoting? Remember, I watched a stream where they were promoting OSTAF very heavily, saying it was just about to come. And then I literally haven't heard of OSTAF since. That was like 2 years ago. What happened to that? And I'm like, nothing. That's what happens. They talk about something, they promote it quite heavily, and then it's like it just stops one day. And then you never hear about it again until like 2 years later, and then they start promoting it again. And you're like, hey, what's going on? Why is that coming back? Usually when they need to like get people excited too. We are the flop, not the top. We're the flop. Vanishes like the 108 million. That's right. Hello, Stricardo. Good to see you. Just typical how Dr. Betty scams her own people from the safety of the West. It really is. She's signing up all of Cameroon. No room to fit those floors on the website. I guess not, huh? I think he said 151 because he wanted to make the claim that they had the highest office in the world, just like they were going to sponsor the World Cup. It is true. I do believe that it was the highest office that you could get, because then the actual top floors of the Burj Khalifa are not active floors in use. They're like too high and they're too small. Apparently they get like kind of smaller as it goes up because of the shape of the building, right? So then we get to a point where there's a few floors at the top that are just kind of, they exist, probably for storage and whatnot. But they aren't like no one can rent them. You can't live there, because that's the thing, is that you can also live at the Burj Khalifa. They also had like floors that were set for apartment rentals, right? So they have office space and apartment rentals. And then they also have a few floors that are dedicated to like touristy things. So one of the top floors you can rent to like go and stand out on the balcony up super duper high. And I believe there's like a bar up on, or big restaurant up on that floor. It's either a restaurant or a bar, but yeah, they have like this whole thing, and you can pay a fee to go and travel to the top of it and then go hang out at the bar for tourist attraction. According to Sherry, they still have 2 floors in the Burj. Yeah, there's a couple people that will still be like 2 floors at the Burj, and I'm like, well, you should tell Ash that, because he sure as hell didn't put it on the website. O staff was a front for Ash to meet Susie. I think that Susie took the O staff home with her and has been abusing it ever since. Plenty of closets on top. Yeah, like I don't think they would use it for anything other than like storage or little things like that. Floor 152 and 153 are observation decks that people pay roughly $200 to go up to. And those are the top ones you can get to, right? And then after that, I believe that you can't really go higher. Ash could sell for 151 and get some much needed cash. Yeah, he needs it.
You know, a lot of people never believe about OnPassive. But when it was introduced into the world, people started believing OnPassive. With our products, we have amazing products. And we have marketing campaign going on since then.
Oh, ma'am, great. It was awesome. We all know Dubai is a big business hub. So for branding, the Mr. Ash Mufareh decision was awesome, amazing. So, ma'am, last question. As we all know, foundership has been closed, and what do you see in, next phase coming month?
In next coming month, we will be having more products, new products coming in, full-blown products coming in. And as I have already informed our brothers and sisters or our founders that we need to go to our back office and study our products. And you need to go to www.unpassive.com.
Oh, Lord.
You study, click on the products and study the products. Do you know why? When you go out there and tell people about OnPassive.
Yeah, this was from 2022, though, Sam.
And its products. Some people say,
Seriously?
What is this product all about? What is this? What is this?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll be able to express to each and everyone about your company and about your products. And the next thing is, since OnPassive has really, the foundership position has come to an end, I want each and everyone to know that we will soon be launching.
Therefore, it was August 2022.
And those who are utilizing their cell phones, please be very, very careful with your username and password. The hackers are out there. They are out there.
Yeah, careful, guys. The hackers.
Be careful.
Careful, the hackers are out there.
And then when it comes to your password, please try to have at least 10 characters, 10 to 16 characters, and it should be alphanumeric. I'm going to give an example. Benny, Benny, 1, 2, 3, and then special character. It can be pound sign, it can be dollar sign, but I need you to have at least 10 to 16 characters, please. And with my own conclusion is that, please, every 3 months or 90 days, I would like you to change your password. And again, I want to let you guys know that OnPassive will protect your information. When I talk about information, it's your data. And when I talk about data, it means money.
Oh, Lord.
Thank
really
you so
is.
much.
Chris says this is the extent of Dr. Benny's technical expertise. And I'm like, it is, though. It really is. And then it makes you wonder about her LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this advice. We must do this. And in last, ma'am, any message for Pakistani founders?
Yes, please.
Scam Jam says, don't all sign up at once. Don't overload the mobile data center. Right. I know. I am always right.
First, I want to take this opportunity to thank you.
Oh, my.
For inviting me here.
Oh, yeah.
I want to let them know that they should be very, very careful.
Oh, my.
With, again, when it comes to security, money is coming.
Oh, my.
They should not tell their friends.
Oh, no.
Like when it comes to your password, don't tell your friends. Please. Not.
She thinks that in 2022, telling people not to tell their friends their password is like a new thing. It's like that goes to show you how much she really knows about data security, doesn't it?
Even your mother, not even your father, do not. And please do not trust your best friend. Don't, when it comes to your password, because they will utilize
it. Yeah, guys, don't give your best friend your passwords, okay?
To go to your email, to go to your back office and steal your money. Again. I want you to be careful with your bank account.
Yeah, don't give the info to Ash.
Please do not give it to anyone.
Especially Ash.
Your account ID, the identification. Don't. Be careful. And again,
they don't even have two-factor authentication, but sure.
They know that they have to pay their taxes, right? Yes.
Right. Sam, like your friends are sitting there like, man, I really want to log into his OnPassive account so badly. Like, if even a hacker, they would take my password for everything besides OnPassive, if anything, you know? That smile has bitter with it. Yeah, well, she's the smile of OnPassive, so of course it does. Don't give your bank account info to Ash or Vibe. That's right. Especially since Vibe is asking for all of your banking info right now. And I don't even know why. Like it's like for what? Why are we filling out forms to give you our banking info? What are we being charged for? We don't have any products here yet. I've already paid my $25. What do you mean, you know? Has Jeffrey been heard from since he was questioned by the SEC? Apparently. Oh no, my O coins are gone. I know that Jeffrey has been posting up a lot of like little videos, like the ones that Chris posts up. Vibe is axing for your bank info. Axing. They're axing for it. Jeffrey went into depression since being questioned for 7 hours. Is too much for him. Technically, both sides get 7 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this valuable advices. We will must do. And if you want this video and interview and other amazing on passive leaders interview, so visit my channel on passive Pakistan. And thanks, ma'am. You gave me your precious time, and we'll see you next session. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank
Yep.
you, sir. I appreciate you. Bye bye.
That was her interview for OnPassive Pakistan. Very lovely. Very lovely. Then there was when she announced that OnPassive would no longer be accepting new people. Woo! Dr. Benny! Woohoo! Last day of foundership.
Hello friends, welcome back to my channel. This is Somlata Verma from
So again, this would be from June of 2022.
India, and I'm going to tell you about the digital ecosystem of OnPassive, right? And here is I'm not alone and on this platform today, and today is 21st June 2022, and I'm here with Dr. Benny Ntinglet from USA. Welcome, Dr. Benny. How are you?
Thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing opportunity. I am doing it. Actually, I am on passive at the top.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So all the friends, all the word I want to say that OnPassive has the 4 pillars, right? One is tools, second is automation, third is traffic, and fourth is residual income.
Yes, we are talking about your OnPassive female members, more specifically Dr. Betty today. And we even discussed how she was the witness for a woman who got 17 and a half years in prison because she had child slaves that she beat in her home. So if those are the type of women that you're supporting, you should maybe rethink things. I refuse to support anybody that would ever be attached to such a thing, or that would ever try to get a woman like that out of jail so that she can go and harm more children. Yet that is who Dr. Benny is, as you should be finding out from my stream today. So again, if those are the types of people that you support, I guess all I can do is hope and pray that you yourself don't have children. Just like I'm hoping and praying that Dr. Benny isn't attached to this, along with the Dubai and organized crime, for a very specific reason. Because, you know, one can only speculate about such things. And because of that, I think that everyone should maybe rethink if they want to support this company and the people in it. You know?
As our company CEO Ash Mufareh said that we are the shaping up, not as a network marketing company, not a multi-level marketing or a tool or a digital marketing company. We are shaping up as one of the main giants, a total internet solution, that is TIS.
And it's like, okay, but you don't get to decide that you're one of the main giants in the tech industry. Again, you know what decides that? When you sell a lot of technology in the tech industry, you come out with new ideas that they've never seen before. This is something OnPassive has not done yet.
And we follow the CATMO. Dr. Benny, can you explain the CATMO, please?
Right, Sherry, especially with those eyebrows, damn it.
When it comes to CATMO,
Yes.
CATMO is spelled CATMO.
Yes.
So C stands for complete digital solution.
Yes.
A, automated artificial intelligence. Now, let me explain a little bit about the artificial
Yes,
intelligence.
sure.
As you guys know, our company, a lot of companies are utilizing artificial intelligence, right? But there is a difference between those companies and us.
Yes.
This is what is going to happen. Our CEO is going to utilize the artificial intelligence to drive traffic into our business. Now, when I talk about traffic, what do you think I mean? Customers. Customers are coming. They are coming to buy our products. When they buy our products, they will utilize it all over the globe.
Yes.
Now, the next
Jesus Christ, those eyebrows are bugging out right now.
one is called T, which is what? Traffic.
Targeted traffic.
Traffic.
Yes.
Now,
It does look like she's reading it from a paper too. It really does.
the next is MO, which is what? Money.
Money.
Now, you guys know the importance of money. When you have this money, you will utilize the money to take good care of yourself and your family. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dr. Benny, you explained very well about Catmo. Thank you so much.
Gee, I guess.
And I want to say just
I mean, she didn't tell us what it stood for, I guess.
1 day is left now, and our foundership is going to close. So, and OnPassive is for everyone, everywhere, all over the globe. And if a customer has a business of anything or whatever the business is he or she doing, they can subscribe to our products, right? As needed, and the SBS tool like business tools can provide complete automation for them. And if a customer does not have a business, they can become a reseller of OnPassive products, and either way, OnPassive serves to create success for everything. This is
And if they are in a business and they join this one, they better be sure that it's a real job and not another network marketing company. Otherwise, OnPassive will yell at them and then tell them that they have to quit that other opportunity because they're only allowed to be in the OnPassive opportunity. So this is not for small businesses and MLM people anymore at all.
done deal business. We are so in it to win it. Why it's a done deal? Can you explain this?
Why is it a done deal? Can you explain this? And Sherry says, this feels like an old-fashioned late night infomercial. Right? Those dreaded just over brokes that us peasants have. That's right, sweet.
Well, it is a done deal because everything is going to be done for us. Our CEO, no, let me explain something. When you guys join OnPassive, right? There is nothing you have to do. You just sit. Our CEO say it is a done deal because it's going to be done for you. You don't have to go out there to recruit anybody. And let me tell you one thing. There is no auto shipment. Another thing is that we have viable and legitimate product.
She's like, if only we could get something like this to recruit the little girls in Cameroon to come and work for me and my friend and be our slaves, so that I wouldn't have to keep trying to pimp them out. That would be wonderful.
And let me tell you about the viability of the product. I'm going to show you an example. Look at this cell phone.
Uh-huh.
When I talk about viability, it means it's necessary, right?
Yes.
It means that when you look at your cell phone, everybody all over the globe, they are utilizing cell phone.
I don't have one. I haven't had one in a few years. Don't miss it.
For what? For everything, right? So our products, they are viable and they are legitimate. And our products are also
Again, viable and legitimate. Her two favorite ways to describe the products. Neither are true. They don't exist.
from scratch. And because they are organic. Thank you.
Organic.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, Dr. Benny, you said this very perfectly, and that means that there is no need
Did she? She said it very perfectly? Okay.
to worry about anything, right? We have to nothing to worry about anything, much less anything. You have must have experienced the online marketing platform, and this is a radical new platform that is
Right? Organic phones? I don't know. And organic software is interesting.
OnPassive is giving us. And all the world knows that only 1 day is left for the 22nd.
Remember, she's also an ISSO, so I guess she'd know.
June 2022, there will be no more foundership position you can take. Even you are going to give a million, billion, trillion to the company. No more foundership is going to by the company. OnPassive is not going.
Jerry says, I've been watching for years. Just one question. When do they get any income? They don't. They don't. They're supposed to. They're supposed to have in September of 2023, right? They were supposed to get OConnect payments. And some of them claim that they got paid, but no. No, like, and what we know about their merchant issues and everything at that time, it's like, how would they have paid you? Like, when? Did Ash, like, put that in your account personally from his personal account? Like, I don't get it. But they're supposed to have gotten income already back then. And then now we just wait. We just wait.
To offer anybody at any cost. There will be no more founder position, and I believe OnPassive it is the best chance to be a founder in just a huge company. OnPassive. What you say about this date, this perfectly date? What will you What will you say, and what will your message to all the world?
Yeah, what do you say about it now? 3 years later, like this June, it will be 3 years since they shut down the founder position. And nothing has happened in that time, and they still haven't launched. I wonder what they would have to say about it this June.
About this perfect date. Only 1 day is left.
Okay. When it comes to this 1 day, I will encourage everybody, as you are listening to us today, right now, this evening,
Right,
to a different part of the world, please go and create an email address. As we all know, the email address is a unique identifier, just like a social security in United States. Go now and create that email. If you already have an email,
Ash was paying Marty and Chris like $8,000 a month to do that. So there are people that Ash has paid under the table to promote this and scam people with it.
and you have a friend who is already an OnPassive, please join. Now, the person
Right?
will register you.
Like all worked up. I also love how she rolls her R's so much. Like for really no reason. But she'll be like, roll up the register. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, even people that speak Quebec French don't roll their R's that much. What are you doing?
I want you to join right now. We don't have no more time. Please. I want you guys to spread the good news to your brothers and sisters. There is something. I don't know. I don't think you guys want to keep on working your 9-to-5 job. When we talk about JOB, as Mr. Awesome says, jaws over broke.
Yeah.
There it is, sweet. There it is. You're welcome.
What you want? Join right now.
Yes.
I urge each and everyone. Our CEO loves you guys, right? He decided to share this opportunity to
He loves you guys. I promise he loves you. He loves you.
all of us. Are you ready to join? Do it right now. We don't have no more time.
Yes.
Right now.
Dr. Benny, I want to, I know that you sings very well. Just give me 2 lines or 2 more lines, please. Sing a song, please. For the OnPassive community. Yay.
OnPassive. OnPassive. We want to take this moment to thank our CEO, Mr. Ash Mufareh. Thank you, Mr. Ash. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Ash.
Ash. OnPassive. I just want to bless each and everyone. OnPassive. Our CEO loves you guys. Spread the good news. Today is the last day. OnPassive. I love you guys. OnPassive. Please come and join OnPassive.
Thank you. I like it. I love your voice, and everybody will love your
I think she's just being nice. Dr. Betty, your song sucks, okay?
voice. Thank you so much.
My chat is not impressed.
And our CEO has a quotation that we are on the fire right now from the 23rd June. After 23rd June, there will be fired up, and we are going to fire, and the fire begins. What do you say about
Fire.
this?
To tell you the truth, yes, it's going to begin. And that is why, since we have one more day, right? If you can join now, you will become a founder. I urge each and every one, my brothers and sisters, my queens and kings, let me tell you guys, this is an amazing opportunity that you don't want to lose. Do you guys understand me? Think about me. Now, when you join, you'll be smiling like me.
Oh, so nice. So sure, our OnPassive is all about give yourself a chance in your life. This is the last chance to
That's like her pitch. I feel like this gives us a good look at how excited she is over OnPassive. You know, this is the true desperation pitch right here. It was the last day, and then the founder positions were closing. You got to give it all you got, you know? So she was giving her here. She sounds like a doomsday prepping cult leader. They all do. It's funny you say that, because I often say that OnPassive runs very much like a doomsday cult. Although instead of them all waiting for a doomsday, they're waiting for the launch day. Like, it really is very much like that. And when the day comes and goes and nothing happens and this thing doesn't launch, they react the exact same way a dooms cult does when the day comes and goes and the world doesn't end. And they just pick a new date. Or they string people along for a while. They rewrite history and stuff. It's very bizarre. But it is very much like a doomsday cult. Last chance to lose your money for no income. That's right. Yeah, instead of waiting for doomsday, they're waiting for a payday. That's right. Which is supposed to be when this launches. It's supposed to like even in the way that she's described it in this stream, it's almost like someone flicks a switch and OnPassive comes on and launches to the world, and then their bank accounts just all get millions of dollars. But it's like that's how they think it works. And then because they'll be all millionaires right away, you know, because the traffic is just going to come to them, right? They don't have to recruit. They don't have to do anything. They'll just all work out. Then they'll be able to save the world altogether. It's like, Lord, you know, none of that's going to happen.
become a millionaire, billionaire first millionaire, billionaire in your whole life.
Say you're going to be a millionaire or a billionaire. Ooh, what a screen cap, Dr. Betty. You look mad.
In your family, right? If you join OnPassive, you will be the first billionaire in your whole family.
Oh, yeah? How's that going?
So,
Absolutely. If you join OnPassive, I
Absolutely.
know that you may not have that much amount of money.
You realize this is also an illegal income claim, damn it.
Let me tell you one thing. You can either go to the bank and borrow, you can either go to a church and borrow, you can either borrow from your elder sister or any of your friends. This is an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, go borrow money. If you can't afford it, just go take out a loan. Borrow money from friends and family. And now it's like 3 years later, and all those people are still waiting to get paid back their money.
Please do what it takes.
Imagine.
Go and borrow that money. Create that email. But I know that you guys already have an email. If you don't, please create an email immediately and join, my brothers. You will never suffer again. And please, let me explain one more thing. Any woman who is pregnant, mommy, if you're pregnant today, let me tell you something. If your baby is like 8 months old, we know that pretty soon the child will be born, right?
Right.
Please create an email for this baby, because this child will be born with silver spoon in his or her mouth. So when you and I leave the world, this child.
It's very nice to prey on minor children. Oh my. I hope that's not what you're saying. Dig into those savings accounts. That's right.
Will never.
I mean, in her defense, at least she's not telling people to steal like the people in Vibe do, I guess.
Suffer again. Are you ready to join? Do so now. Thank you.
Yeah. So OnPassive is so if all the pending.
Oh, it's not pregnancy shaming necessarily. I mean, kind of in a way. but it's more like you're pregnant. Sign up your unborn child for this scam. Alrighty. Sam's like, she has me convinced. Where is this church that loans money?
Founders who are just waiting for a chance. There will be no more chance from one day after. So be an active member of OnPassive, and success is guaranteed. Right. So Dr. Benny,
Success is guaranteed. You're not allowed to guarantee success with an MLM, but anyway.
thank you so much. You have given your precious time to me and for my channel. I love you so much, and many congratulations that we are going to rock in the world of OnPassive.
Sounds like she said rob the world of OnPassive, which that would be funny. But no, she said rock. We're going to rock the world with OnPassive.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Hey, please, I want to let you guys know that OnPassive was introduced into the world March the 30th of 2020, even in United States.
Both guaranteed success to get income.
Our president knows about OnPassive. So what do you think?
Yes.
Join now.
Yes.
And I'm like, no, he doesn't. What the fuck are you talking about, Dr. Benny? What are you talking about? Your president had no clue OnPassive exists.
There's nothing else but for you to join right now. So that all of us will become OnPassivian.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Dr. Benny, see you at the top where our ears will pop, right?
Thank you so much. I will see you at the top, my sister.
Yes, we are at the top.
Amen.
Thank you.
At the top.
We are so in it to win it. Have a nice day.
We are so in it to win it.
Yes,
Thank you,
right.
Mr. Ash Mufareh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Woo.
Thank you to our tech department as well in India. We want to take this moment to thank them for their hard work.
Yes,
If it wasn't for them, we will not be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Benny. I love you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was weird. That was a very bizarre way to stop that. Anyway, Scam Chan says OnPassive has been broke since 2022. Ash Mufareh, 2024. Yes, he did say that. Says they have been broke since, I guess, the day after that was recorded. I'm thinking of becoming an OnlyFans creator. OnPassive Chris Johnson says, like Mike Ellis. You guys should do it together. Sherry would subscribe. See you in the SHU where you will stink like poo. That's right, Sam. That's right. That was that was her pitch. Her pitch. And then there was that one time that Dr. Benny asked a question, which I find this hilarious. Some of these clips have come from OnPassive is a Scam or the Off-Passive channels. I have left a link to both of those channels in my description down below. So do be sure to go down and subscribe. One of them is a certain channel that ended up getting deleted off of here that has rebranded him. So you'll be happy to know that.
Yes. Thank you, Sister Comfort, for giving me this opportunity. Well, I believe this question is for maybe Mr. Red or Brother Tony or Brother Andy. Now, it regards the bonus, because I think Mr. Red says something about the bonus that if and only you're lucky. So I was just trying to find out how many team members do you think I can have, should in case, let me just say 1,000, 2,000, and then I'll be able to have a bonus. Just trying to find out. I'm just saying.
Mr. Q&A, I saw like your seat was empty. I don't know that he's back. I can't see him yet.
I'm not something about his internet a bit iffy today.
Yes.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, yeah.
All right.
Right.
Did you get the question?
Yeah, the global marketing campaign everybody is asking, am I going to get a bonus during the global marketing campaign? I've got so many in my team, I've got no one in my team, and all the rest of it. As before, the campaign will work exactly the same. We will be in a rotator. It will just be our registration form, okay, that is going to be part of the global marketing campaign. It's going to go out all over the place. And as soon as somebody clicks on it, it goes to the next person, every single founder who has got an active account. Now, you might be lucky that somebody clicks on that link and then goes on to buy the package or whatever we are putting together for people to come in during this global marketing campaign. If somebody does come in after clicking your registration link, then guess what's going to happen? You will receive a commission stroke bonus for them buying something.
Sure.
We've also been told that if you have a team now, then you will get a very small proportion of what somebody in your team signs up. Again, we haven't been given the details. So
breaking up, Red.
It's just frozen, right?
Yeah, it's frozen now. I'll continue. So if you have 1,000 people on your team, for example, that's a little bit more of a compounding effect, right? Now you've got 1,000 links going out, right? If you have 0 people on your team, you only have your link going out. You see what I'm saying? There's only one link going out. But if you have a team, a team effort of 1,000 people that you were just mentioning, that's 1,000 links going out plus your link as well. So now the compounding effect is a lot better if you do have a team. You see what I'm saying? So the bonus is never guaranteed. Like our CEO has stated, it's not guaranteed for everybody, but some people will make bonus and some people won't. But
so it's funny because then the affiliate agreement came out, and in the affiliate agreement, it was all like, there are no bonuses that will be delivered at this time. In the future, there might be an opportunity to make a bonus or two, but as of right now, there will be no bonuses.
The campaigns, the global campaigns, are going to be going on for 16 months. 16 months, which is a year and a half. So I would think that everybody will eventually get something within that 16-month period. All right. I hope that answers your question, Dr. Ben. Yeah.
Dr. Benny, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I believe so. I mean, I'll just wait. Since he says 16 months, my question with this 16 months is this.
All right.
Does it mean that after the 16 months, that is when they will launch? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead, Andy. Go ahead.
All right.
The marketing campaign, the whole point of the marketing campaigns is it's going to be an ongoing scenario. So what he's managed to negotiate is a 16-month contract. Normally they only do 12, but because of the sums of money involved, they've been able to do a 16-month contract. Now, but initially, when the marketing campaigns do start, as Red quite rightly pointed out, this will be for customers to come on board. Once we launch, those customers then come on board again, but it's fully.
And again, Andy has no clue what the hell he's talking about.
For us. So no, it's not going to stop the full launch of OnPassive. It's a 16-month revolving contract. So once it finishes, it'll start again, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you.
So just to reiterate,
don't panic us.
To help, just to kind of piggyback off Andy there. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the global or the initial launch, the hard launch. Just because the campaigns that are the global campaigns that are going out are for the founding members. But we could launch next week. We could launch next month. But this global campaign will still be going on. Plus, we'll get the extra traffic as well that comes along with the activation of our account, right? So we get extra traffic as founding members, as opposed to the resellers that are going to be coming in. All right.
Okay. Thank you, team. I just appreciate the teamwork. Red, you're welcome back. I can see you moving.
Right.
I hope that
Scam Chan says none of them were right.
You stay steady now.
Yeah, I know, but my internet is shocking tonight. I have no idea why. I will just going to reiterate one thing, and this isn't just for Dr. Benny, it's for every founder here.
Right.
We need to,
and it made me laugh because I was like, even today, Red's internet isn't great.
we need to remember and understand why we all joined OnPassive.
I guess now it's because he's on a boat, though.
We all joined OnPassive for the main launch of what OnPassive can do for us as founders. We didn't join OnPassive for the global marketing campaign that's coming on, for a bonus, for a small commission. No, that's not why we joined OnPassive. We joined for the big shoo-hoo-na, the big one that's coming, and that is at main launch. Okay, all the global marketing campaign is going to do during this second phase is for beta testing. We need to test the wallets to make sure the payment system works correctly. We need to test how the marketing is going to be done and any tweaks in. For instance, they will be trialing multiple websites. All these websites that we get, remember, every single day our website changes. Okay, we've already been told this. But what they want to do is try a multitude of different web pages to see which ones work better than other ones. And then they can tweak them and they can change them and all the rest of it. If they do not do this prior to the main launch, then they will be doing it through the main launch. It's far better to have a web page that is appealing, that you know is going to work for you. Remember, what did Ash say of what he thought the conversion rate would be for the marketing campaigns? He said it's not 1 to 3%, which is the average. He was saying 20 to 25% conversion rate from the marketing that he will be doing. That is massive. I mean, huge. And this goes into the realms of what I was talking about with Andy. Out of 200, you are going to get 50, or got a really good chance out of 200, because it goes into that 20 to 25%. On normal marketing, I was lucky if I got 1%. In fact, I was over the moon if I got 1%. So this is unheard of in any industry to get that type of conversion. But we do need to.
That's a lot. The commission's usually 20, 25% in MLMs.
Think of why we joined OnPassive. We joined OnPassive for what it is going to do when it launches as a customer-based business. Listen, if you've worked hard, like you certainly have, Dr. Benny, and built a good-sized team before in this pre-launch period, then you deserve to be rewarded.
So she does have a big team, that Dr. Benny.
Simple as that. And you've got a very good chance of being rewarded during this beta test period in the global marketing campaign. And anybody who has done that, it's a thank you from the company. They didn't have to do it, remember. It's a thank you from them to saying, you've been really good founder. You've gone out there above and beyond. Here you go. Have a bit of commission and go and buy yourself a coffee. There you go.
Woohoo! Woohoo! So, yeah, if you ever wondered why they don't ask questions anymore, well, that's what happened when they asked questions. You know, so why would they ask questions now?
Hello, everybody. Thank you to another day of Shine the Light. Happy Sunday, everybody, the 4th of August. I got to remind myself over and over, tomorrow's Dawn's birthday. Right now, she's not even here. She went to my youngest daughter's overnight, and she gave her a special dinner and a cake, and I watched the kids. Translated, that means the kids did whatever they want for the last 24 hours. Anyway,
lovely.
We're going to move on to Dr. Ben, but first I want to say, you know, I keep saying that whatever's going on, a few days have gone by since 360, and I feel more and more pride to be an OnPassive, believe it or not. I know it wasn't good news from Mr. Mufareh, but I looked and said, big things came out of it. One is he's still there. 2 is we're still here. And together we're going to win, because Mr. Mufareh will never, ever quit. And we need to show that support, that we're with him all together. Because whatever happened to him, it happened to us. It all happened. It happened to all of us. Anyway, we're going to turn it over. I'm going to get Chris to introduce her because he's so good at that. And I got a sneak peek at Dr. Benny, and she looked beautiful today. Oh, yeah. Chris didn't even try to.
I never do that.
A lot of people think that Chris has a crush on Dr. Benny. Just saying.
Didn't even try to hit on
You
her.
scare all the sisters away. Stop.
Yeah. Okay. Are you married? Yeah. Everybody that comes in. I'm just kidding. Okay, here we go. Hey, Chris, introduce this young lady.
I will do that. A few words about Dr. Benny, but I'm going to say something because Marty forgot. Don't forget about Heroes today. The link will be posted out everywhere. I'm almost positive.
Hold on 1 minute. Thank you, Chris. Heroes will be there. It's going to be in a Zoom, but it's a conference call. So go see Collins, whoever wants to go. But if there's not enough room, it will be on the YouTube channels. Okay. I just want to make sure you know that. Sorry, Chris, you're right. I totally forgot to say that.
Yeah, that's why they pay me the big bucks. Meanwhile, back to my beautiful Dr. Benny. I would say a lot of people, probably most of you in OnPassive, know who she is. She's got one of the most beautiful, contagious smiles I've ever seen. She often refers to everyone as king and queens. She is a queen herself. She's very educated. She's got a heart as big as gold. She treats everyone respectful.
This Shining the Light was from good old August of 2024. August 4th. 2024 to be exact. So, everything was shut down and they're still waiting around. Yes, this is a Shin the Light. How many different OnPassive counts? The birdie is calling for help. The birdie's warning us. Heart is big as gold. That's right. Seems like a very long time ago. Yes, it does. But they only stopped doing this Shining the Light. Like, this was one of the later ones, too. This might have been one of the last ones they did. A contagious smile and a heart as big as gold. When I saw global, it has to be recent.
And she's gotten a pretty crazy life that we all know about, and she's going to tell us a little bit about that life. And when I say crazy, I mean fun. She's done many things, and we're going to let her talk about it. So if you can bring her on, Marty, and don't say nothing yet, Dr. Maynard, we get you in the middle.
And I feel like after we watch this, with everything that we've covered today, then you have a really good insight into who Dr. Benny is. And the question really does become, is she a doctor? Does she deserve that title? Is she just some kind of dreamer victim here? You know, is she being deceived or is she deceiving? And that's what you have to decide. Is she somebody like Marty and Chris who we should kind of be really weary of, especially with her background as I showed? Or is she a victim of this thing?
Look at that smile. My God, look at that smile.
No, not you.
Are you married? I'm kidding. Anyway, Dr. Benny, my beautiful sister, thank you for coming on here. The floor is all yours. Take a million people watching you right now, and you're going to be fine.
Okay, Chris.
It's all yours, Dr. Benny.
Thank you. Greetings. Happy Sunday and happy new moon. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to my...
Whoever you may be. My name is Cece Chris from New York, Westchester County. Every time I hear good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my mind just goes right directly to Cece. Cece the Flat Earth. But why is she starting this out like a presidential address? What is going on here? We're like dressed in a suit and everything.
Brothers and sisters, my queens and kings around the globe, I want to thank each and everyone for chiming in. You guys know that God loves you.
Okay.
I want to take this special moment to thank our Heavenly Father for bringing each and everyone here today.
Whoa, now we're praying. What the hell?
Or for waking all of us up this morning, this afternoon, this evening. It all depends upon your location. I also want to thank our Heavenly Father, the person that you guys don't know. You guys don't see him.
Huh?
I don't see him either. But he created all of us in his image. I want to thank him for bringing somebody to all of us. And I
think it's weird how she acts like she knows God, but they don't. Like nobody else watching her right now. Just the way she said that was bizarre.
Amazing person, an extraordinary person. to you and I. Because if it wasn't for that individual, you and I would not be here today, this morning, this afternoon, this evening. I have to mention his name before I can proceed. His name is Mr. Ash Mufareh. I want to thank him.
She's Jezebel. We found Jezebel, Bob.
Before I proceed,
okay,
for what he has done.
Again, very bizarre to start this off by like thanking God for waking you up this morning, I guess, or allowing you to wake up this morning, and then going right into, and also thank you to Ash Mufareh for bringing us all here together today. It's just, I don't like it. Very culty.
I want all of us to pray for those who are under the weather at the moment, and for those who left us. May their soul rest in perfect peace.
Okay.
Now, I came to this country 30 years back. When I came, I am from Cameroon. I have been here for quite some time. I don't want to really tell people how long I've been here, but actually it's more than 30 years. When I came to this country, you know, a lot of people don't know about America. When you leave your country.
Now, she is over 50 because I showed you guys that she celebrated her 50th birthday when she graduated. You want to do the math, you can.
To go abroad. Just know there are a lot of things that you have to work on. The language, the people that you meet, the environment as well. Now, coming here, I was young.
She is not royalty.
But just to let you guys know that I came here and I wrote my GED. I believe it's somehow equivalent to GCE in Cameroon. I passed. But guess what? I had to work. I just want people in my country to know that I started making $2.50. $2.50. From there, I went and worked in a nursing home, and I was making $4. I have to work double to make ends meet. But a lot of people don't know that. You know, sometimes when people come here, they take pictures and send it back. You think that they're enjoying. No, you have to work harder. So after making that $4, I went back to school. But before making that $4, I decided to go and study medicine aid. At least I was making $10.
Huh?
Yeah, $10 an hour with the medicine aid. From there, I noticed that $10 will not take care of my family in Africa. So I decided to go back to school. You guys know that I love school, but my family, my father loves school as well. And I believe I am following his footsteps.
Sweet says so she did a first aid course. I mean, I showed you guys her education. So I'm sure like me, you're like, wait, when did this happen? That wasn't listed on your LinkedIn, huh?
Most of us, his children, were following his footsteps. I have my terminal degree here. While going to school full-time, I was working.
This isn't really a question. Shin the Light was more of like Chris and Marty would introduce the person and then just kind of give them the floor. So they're supposed to kind of tell the audience who they are, why they joined OnPassive, why they think OnPassive is so wonderful. And it's supposed to give you an insight into like who each person is. That's, you know, that they hang out with every single day. I guess, a time for them to make it all about them, if you will. So they kind of just give her the floor, and she can introduce herself however she chooses. And I guess she's decided to, you know, start off by telling us about her background, which most people do in these.
Full time. People don't know. A lot of people want to work part time and then go to school full time, or you go to school full time and you work part time. If I work part time, I will not be able to take care of my bills.
That's right. They love the rags to riches success stories. They're the best ones. Hey, Joe, good to see you. I hope you're having a good day.
So what I did was, I know that I had to motivate myself. I did a lot.
Yeah.
To be where I am today.
Fair.
But remember, the first thing what I did was I thank God, right? To tell you the truth, if you're not determined to do things, to take care of yourself, it will not work. You cannot just sit and, let's say, pray, and you don't do what you're supposed to do. America, coming to this country, I came here because I wanted to study. And after my degree, I will go back to Cameroon. But I know you guys are surprised that I'm still here. Things happen. But when I studied, I said, I will do what it takes.
I mean, not really, to be fair. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have left Cameroon to move to the US, and they probably don't want to go back either, you know?
To make sure that my brothers and sisters, my children, they will enjoy. And by me completing my terminal degree, I want that when I leave the world, my children will tell their children that grandma loves education. And to let you guys know, education is the key to success. Without education, to me, I am nothing. To be good is not good enough. You have to exceed expectation. As you all know, knowledge is power.
Okay.
So let us go and start with OnPassive. Before going to OnPassive, I have joined other businesses, and like I stated before, I work in a nursing home, I work in a group home, and after my bachelor's degree, I had an internship with the Department of Immunization.
Okay.
And I believe...
So it was an internship. It wasn't volunteer work then? Because you have it listed on your resume on LinkedIn that it was volunteer work, but it was an internship. See, that's a little bit different.
Because of my ways, because of my respect, because I respect a lot of people.
Respect.
I respect my elders. I even respect younger people.
Okay.
Because of the internship, the way I behave or the way I carried myself, they gave me a job.
That's
that
how
was
it works.
1992.
I mean, yeah, everyone has to go through some career training. It's not like you graduate from high school and you know exactly how to act maybe in a professional setting. So it's good to go and get some vocational skills, you know, and learn how to be in a workplace, I guess. But I feel like that's what everyone does that.
After that, I said I could not stay just with a bachelor's degree. I wanted to further my education. I moved forward with another degree. And this time was in mental health or counseling. Counseling in mental health, counseling in gerontology.
What do you mean or? Mental health or counseling? You specified that it was for guidance counselor. which that's usually more vocational as well than it is to do with mental health. Like here you can actually get like actual training in mental health and work that. Like I was doing that. So I'm just kind of like, what do you mean you're a guidance counselor or mental health? Like you don't know? Like they're a little different. Like you can't get them mixed up too much.
Marriage counseling as well.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
So
Yeah,
those who have
sure,
problem
that's
with their
insane.
marriage, you can come to me.
It's not, at least not here. Like here, marriage counseling and that type of counseling is way different than like being a guidance counselor, which is also way different than working in mental health. And you can go and you can become a social worker, which then gives you the ability to work in any of those fields. But usually, even after you get like 2 years in college, let's say, or even 4 years of a bachelor, you will then go on to specialize in something. So when I was in school, I was trying to specialize in mental health. So I did my placements or my internships, as I guess you could call them, working at Frontenac Community Mental Health Services with people with schizophrenia and severe mental health issues. And then after that, you go and you get a job working like part-time in mental health at a similar sort of thing. But then you can also get certain certifications while you're doing that are just for like mental health and addictions counseling. So here, on top of your like 2-year education and whatnot and working with it, you can then go and specialize, and you do that by getting like extra certification, if you will. So then there's like a certification you can take, and it's usually like you go to a few classes every Saturday for like a few months, and then you do a test at the end. And then it's like, okay, congratulations. Now you are more specialized in mental health and addictions than you were with just your 2 years of college or your 4-year bachelor. You know what I'm saying? And equally, when you go into like doing like guidance counselors, they have certain vocational type certifications that you can get that teach you more about the job market and all that kind of thing so that you can specialize in that. Or you would like specialize in working in the education system as a guidance counselor. And then the education system usually has a whole bunch of extra shit that you got to do in order to work with them, you know, if you want to work at a school. Like there's always like this extra certification that you can get. And it would be a lot, and it would be a lot of money as well for you to go and be certified in like 3 or 4 different areas. Usually when you do that, you just go get your social service worker or your bachelor's, you know, and then you just skip out on the extra certifications, if anything. But it's a little bit weird to me that she doesn't even really remember which one she was doing. And I don't know if the education is the same in the US, but I'm thinking that if you were getting a master's or PhD in counseling, in social work, or psychiatry, once again, you would have a minor and you would have a major. So you could like minor in psychology, and then your major might be like mental health and addictions. And then that way you're working towards being a mental health professional and an addictions professional instead of like just a psychiatrist or just a social worker, let's say, right? Like you have a specialty, if you will. That's kind of what you're doing. You're giving yourself a specialty in the field with the extra certification that you would get. And I'm assuming that the US is similar. So I'm kind of like, Dr. Benny, how much education did you get from this Capella place? Because it seems like they're giving out a lot of education that would normally take a little bit longer to get. Like, what are we doing? You know? Just stay in school until you figure out what you want to do or until OnPassive pays you. I mean, you could do that. I guess they'd, like, if you didn't care about student loans, you know, if they were okay with just giving you constant loans, I guess. Or you're like a millionaire and you can pay for school forever. See, this is why school should cost money. Maybe more people would be able to get educated if it was not as expensive.
I will help you. But anyway, after that degree with counseling,
like,
I
okay.
decided, someone told me that security is important in this country. Well, not only in America, but all over the globe. So I noticed that most of our Africans or foreigners, when they come to America, they want to do nursing. So despite the fact that I wanted to study nursing, but I realized that it was going to take a longer time. So
it seemed really weird to say. You know, that most of them come and they do nursing. I mean, okay, in the US, okay. It's kind of weird generalization to make about immigrants, but okay. I guess it's not insulting, so there's nothing like really wrong with it. It was just kind of like that was weird.
I said, well, let me study something else. Security. So I
feel like a lot of them get in the technology sector as well, though. So kind of like you weren't doing anything new, Dr. Benny. You didn't really start a trend, or maybe you did. Maybe she's the reason why.
I did my master's, my second master's in information security and assurance, cyber security.
Okay.
Then I noticed that I want to be different again. So I further my education again.
See, she has this weird obsession with being different. And I'm like, no offense, Dr. Benny, but like, you weren't the first person to immigrate to the like USA and then decide to get an education to better your life in the technology sector. Even back in the late 90s when you claim this was, it still was not a new thing. Like, people have been doing that. But sure, yeah, no, you're special. You're special. You did something new and different. Good for you.
To have my terminal degree.
Sam says the jack of all trades. And then Joe says master of none.
Can you guys believe that? What I did.
Sorry, after all my research into this woman, I will never believe anything she says. I'm even questioning all of the things she's telling me in these webinars. I'm like, I cannot trust you. You are a very untrustworthy narrator, even of your own life. So I don't know.
Or when I was marching, when I went to receive my degree, because of my height, or I don't know if I was the youngest or the shortest, I don't know. But because of my height, I was just bouncing to go and receive it, right? Do you know that I inspired a lot of master's degree? They said they would do what it takes to follow my footsteps. And
it's because of Dr. Benny that all of the U.S. immigrants are now educated. All of them should really thank her for, you know, making it so that they had someone to look up to. Good on Dr. Benny.
A lot of them.
Yes, Joe, she was bouncing. I have no clue either. I don't know. I'm like, what, you were excited? Like, is that what you're trying to say? Like, I don't, or you mean like you were actually like bouncing, like jumping? Because I think we're all picturing the latter one.
I've done so. I want to thank my Father, my Heavenly Father, for what He has done and what He will continue to do in my life. God has done a lot. I don't want to say a lot. God has done a lot to me. The love that He has for me, the things that I went through. If any of you guys know what I went through, I don't think you will survive. I pray. I ask God. Even though some people say you don't have to question God, but I do. Because I'm his daughter. As you guys notice, give me a minute. It is stated in Psalms 2, verse 7 to 9. Now I will tell you what the Lord has declared. He said to me, you are my daughter. Today, I have become your father. If you ask me, I will give you the nation. All the people on earth will be yours.
Yes, the Lord came and spoketh to her.
You will rule over them with an iron rod. You will break them into pieces like poetry. Do you guys know why I'm reading this? So, despite the fact that I have all the certifications, the degree, I had some certifications as well. But there was one certification that I wrote and I used, but a different, my email address was different, so I forgot. Now I needed to activate that particular certification from eCouncil.
Okay.
After 2-3 years, this is what happened. I worked so hard and I prayed. With this verse that I read, I sent an email to eCouncil at 12.
Everyone keeps saying we need to call Bob Larson.
Do you have a berserker demon?
You know, so those are the thoughts on her so far.
Midnight. And I prayed. I knelt down and I prayed to my father. I said, you told me that if I need any help, I should ask you. So it is stated in Psalms 2, verse 7, that I should ask you. I should tell you anything that I want. And I should take you as my father, and you're going to take me as your daughter.
Weird.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's
Jehovah God, in the name of Jesus. I need you to allow these EC Council members to activate my certification. Do you guys know that at that 12 midnight, within 12 noon the following day, it was accepted. So I did not have to pay like $2,000 to rewrite the certification. It matters to me.
In other words, she failed it the first time.
You guys may not know. Education is everything to me. I want to thank my God for what he has done.
I wonder what non-believers of God thought watching this, right? Bob Larson doesn't stand a chance against her. This is Chuck Norris level medication.
And what he will continue to do. He gave me 2 beautiful, healthy children. I have family here. I just want to thank God for their health. I want to thank God for everyone here, all over the globe, for their health. Now,
the thing is, there's like a whole bunch of people watching this that are not healthy. So they're probably like, hey.
Guys, something that happened when I was looking, like while going to school, I noticed that I owe a lot of money when it comes to school fees, as well as my children. So I heard about this company, this amazing company called OnPassive.
She brought up the student loan thing for she and her children again. Like I said, it really does seem like that was the main reason why she joined, was to pay off these loans. And here she is several years later. She joined in 2020. So she's been sitting here for 5 years now, still hasn't been able to pay a cent on any of the loans. They all have interest.
Do you guys know who introduced me into this company?
Yeah.
Before joining this company, despite the fact that I was working my 9-to-5 job, with the amount of school loan that I owe, I know that it will take, I don't know, maybe 30 years to pay my school loan. I don't know if I will be alive by then. Now I heard about this company. Before hearing this company, there was another company that I joined, but I did not make any money.
See, so now I'm like, but I thought you were against the MLM things. Now I'm like, maybe she joined that one company, didn't make any money, was like, oh, I hate MLMs. But then her friend was like, but join OnPassive.
Though there were people ahead that make the money, but I did not. So a trusted friend of mine called me in February of 2020. She called me and told me that there is something that she wants me to join fast. So I asked her, why do you have to push me or say I should join fast? She said, because this company is awesome. It is an IT company.
Yeah, I would also be asking, why'd you have to make me join so quickly? You know, since we've been sitting here waiting, nothing's happening for many years.
So the reason why I joined this company is because since I am in IT, and I said, let me join this company. And to let you guys know, in order to know that the company is real, I needed to go to the website. You go to
that damn website,
HTTPS, to know that it's secured, right? If it is not secure, I will not join. But when I found out the security,
that doesn't mean anything.
I decided to join. But before joining, this person who introduced me, her name is my trusted friend. Her name is Dr. Helen Akonji. She told me about this amazing company that I should join immediately. So I asked her, why? And how much is it anyway? She told me the price. I said, are you serious? Is that all? Actually, she told me it was $97.
So the whole thing is that, like, the HTTPS stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. And then there's also HTTP, right? Which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. And it just basically means that it transfers the data on the web. And one of them has the word secure in it, and the other one doesn't. And technically, she is right that the HTTPS is the more secure version of HTTP because it uses encryption protocols like transport layer security or secure sockets layer to protect the data being transmitted a little better. It does not automatically equate to that website being secure. It just means that during the data transfer there, all right, when you're bringing up the website, that part is a bit more secure than if it was just like HTTP. That's the difference between the two. And now I have no education in technology at all. And I even understand this, and it doesn't take much. If you don't believe me, go and Google the difference between the two right now, and you'll be able to read it and figure it out. So you would think that, again, someone with all these degrees here would would know that that doesn't automatically equate to OnPassive now being a more secure company because their website link has HTTPS. Like, that's not how you figure out if the website is secure. And we've done it before where we've gone to the website and I've shown you the issues with it and how it uses cookies and doesn't do a warning. Like, there was a lot of shit going on with the website at this time that should have been a red flag for her if she actually did go to onpassive.com and look at the security of the website and like OnPassive as a whole. Because I believe at this point they were logging into the OES. So even that she should have been able to check. I mean, we have, and we were like, it should be a little more secure for what's going on here. And there isn't even two-factor authentication, and there never has been. So again, it's like, how do you tell that it's secure? Well, don't ask Dr. Benny. She has no clue. Was she really your friend? If so, you need better ones that won't sign you up for scams and cults, babe, right? Get better friends. That friend, she should get her to refund her. Yeah, that's the thing. No more refunds out on OnPassive at this point either.
I want to let each and everyone know, do you guys know if there is any...
Sam says HTTP is pretty much extinct, so she was easily manipulated. And you're right. Those sites that use like HTTP now are going to be older sites that already like got that as their website link, and they're just not going to change it. Like, they don't give a crap. Like, you know, they're like, I've already been here for like 20 years. Why would we change it now? That's pretty much all that's left. But I just find it hilarious. And again, if you're not someone that researches this stuff because you just watch OnPassive all day and you're a crazy autist, then maybe you don't know the difference. So maybe to you, hearing her say that makes some sense. And like I said, like it kind of does. Like, I get where she's getting this idea from, like we often do with their ideas. You can be like, oh, okay, well, I see why she might think that, but that's not actually how you would know that that website is secure, you know? Like, you're like, she was on her way there, but then she pulled over on the side of the road and got lost in the woods, okay? Like, we just never got to the destination. So it's like, and this is the case for everyone that's in OnPassive too, though, is that they all claim, like even Engineer Mike and Oliver and all these people, right? Charles, all these people that claim to have IT knowledge. And they're like, oh, I've worked in the technology sector for years. It's like, then they start talking about it, and you're like, I feel like you're just reading off of the OnPassive website and like throwing out these buzz phrases at us and telling us that it's really great, but you don't actually have an understanding of it. You know? If the site was run on a 56K phone modem, I would have changed my mind.
A company that you can join for $97. Now, but she told me that despite the fact that I'm going to pay $97, but I am going to pay additional money for activation fee, and that is it. Then from there, I will be able to enjoy myself with my family.
See, a one-time activation fee after the initial buy-in of the $97, which, as she said earlier, ended up being $102 for her. Because as I pointed out, a lot of people had to buy these like Visa debit card things in order to, or they had to like buy crypto, or they had to. So there was like fees on the payment for a lot of people, either because of the card or because of some blockchain fee or whatever else, most people did not just pay the $97. There were some people that paid up to $130 depending on where they were and what card they were told to buy at the time. It was ridiculous.
So to tell the truth, because I trusted her, I decided to join this extraordinary company called OnPassive. When I joined, I put my 2 children.
I love how she said extraordinary instead of extraordinary. It's like, yes, that describes it better.
There. And since then, I started attending webinars. You know, the more webinars you attend, the more you learn, right? And I read the ebook from Mr. Jeffrey Moloch. I watch and I listen to Mike Ellis, Mike Williams, Mr. Matty DeGamo, and the rest.
Yep.
While listening, I learned more.
Did you?
And you guys notice that I have been
like,
attending.
Really? What did you learn? Like, we've been listening to them for years, haven't learned shit. Unless they've sent me on some kind of like rabbit hole. That's the only time I learn over here, is when I go and research something else related.
Webinars, from webinars to webinars. I go to Bangladesh, as you guys know of Engineer Shoshanta. He makes sure that I have to be there on his webinar. I attend webinars upon webinars. Like I stated, he will bring speakers. And when the speaker comes, I learn from them. As you guys know, joining this amazing company, it was not only for me.
Okay.
The reason for this company was for everybody to join, even if you were pregnant. That's how when I used to attend like the Nigerian webinar, I said, even if you are pregnant, you can still register the baby in your womb. So actually, I was,
like I said, she's the biggest promoter of that. That's her selling point. And we all know that she doesn't care about child labor laws. So there's that.
Motivating a lot of people to know that you can still put your children there. You can put your family members. The reason for this is because it's going to better off your life in future. It may not happen at the moment, but it's going to happen in future. Joining this company, you guys notice that we do not have a lot of products. Or you say, why? Why did I join OnPassive? Because our products are more superior than anything ever seen.
You just said you didn't have any. What are you talking about, Dr. Benny?
Most of the time I'll say, get ready, right? OnPassive is here to stay. Now, to let you guys know, I joined OnPassive for financial freedom.
Joe, you missed it. Earlier on in the stream, we went over a court case where Dr. Benny tried to help somebody get out of their sentence of 17 and a half years in prison for abusing 2 children that she bought from Cameroon to use as slaves in her home. And so it makes her promoting that people sign up their unborn children so much a little bit more worrisome, in my opinion.
Working 9-to-5 job will not be able to help me pay off my school loan.
Oh, yeah. Because you've paid off so much of it with OnPassive now.
So there was somebody.
And the thing is, these days, the main reason why a lot of the religious cults are still able to go on is because of people being born into them. Most of even the religious cults these days are not getting new recruits because people are way more educated now more than ever about what they are. And also there's a very large atheist population now compared to the past. So it's kind of a scary thought, but we're at the point now as well where that's happening with MLMs and has been for over a decade, where we're on our second generation of people in MLMs because their mom or their dad or both were promoting the MLM, had their kid, and their kid has grown up with their parents promoting MLMs, and now they're joining MLMs. And we see this now with Heidi Orville's lovely Sensi, the Sensi owners, the Sensi CEOs, their children are now going to school to get into things to work at Sensi. And it happens a lot in MLM. So although it seems very shocking to hear someone like Dr. Benny continuously talk about signing up unborn children, we also have the issue of these children, even if they're not getting signed up as minors, as soon as they hit 16 with a parent's permission in some MLMs, or as soon as they turn 18, their parents are saying, okay, now you need to join. Unfortunately. I don't know much about it. I don't know if there was a lot of SA. It was a lot of CA. A lot of CA going on. What if you're the parent or a pregnant daughter with twins? Can I get it? Yes. Yes. You're the parent of a pregnant daughter with twins, you got to get the twins in. Women in MLMs are encouraged to have babies inside of them too. They love to target the Mormon community for big families. Exactly. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of these communities promote large families. They know that the best way to grow their religion is by having people born into the religion and just indoctrinated from birth. Right? Then you don't have to go through all of the manipulation tactics that you do in recruiting someone older, an adult, let's say, someone educated maybe, someone that's worked in a career for many years and sees them for the scams they are, right? Or somebody that's already well established in a religion. It's harder to get them to leave that religion to join your culty religion than it would be, right? If the person was just brought up. So we're at the point now where we're seeing a lot of like second generation MLM cultists, unfortunately. So Dr. Benny is really into that, make the children work.
I attended one webinar that Mr. Michael Ojomtambia told me to go and attend, that it was my first time in 2020, 21, I believe, that I was able to see our extraordinary CEO.
I think she did it again with the extraordinary. He's an extraordinary CEO, not an extraordinary one.
Just to let you guys know, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this type of person in your life, because I've never seen this person.
No, I've never seen the type of person that can steal $108 million from a large group of vulnerable people and then still show his face the next day on a webinar while he's laughing and joking with all of them, telling them that don't worry, this is coming any day now, when he knows damn well it isn't. I've never met somebody that deceitful in my life, thankfully. Thankfully, I'm very, very thankful for that. I'm so sorry to the rest of you that I've had to meet that man. Longest monologue in history, right? It's like a whole one-woman show over here. He's a scammer, right? Marty's probably fell asleep in his chair during this. Do we need a don't panic?
Don't panic.
Don't panic. Sign up your unborn child today.
In my life. Working 9-to-5 job, working in IT, federal government, as a consultant, the type of people that I see CIO, CISO, and management, but I don't see CEOs.
What? Okay. So then you don't have nothing to compare it to then.
You guys notice that I am excited. I am proud.
I don't know. You seem kind of mad right now, to be honest. You seem kind of stressed and like mad. Like you just did a big sigh. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading your body language wrong, but you don't seem like happily excited during this entire speech. At all, actually. Like that's excited is not the word I would use to describe this. Passionate, maybe. Maybe passionate, you know? She's doing this the day Marty has to watch the kids. So cruel. That's why they were allowed to do whatever they wanted, like he said. Right?
Of where I am today.
Uh-huh.
When I started, I didn't know much about OnPassive, about our products. I did not.
Okay.
But I am beginning to know. And I'm beginning to understand.
But it's like, what does that knowledge actually get you, though? Like, if all you do is memorize what the products are and how they work, like, you could have done that the first month you were in OnPassive, you know? And then it's like, okay, now what do I do? And, like, if those products never come into fruition, it's just a bunch of knowledge that you have about nothing that matters. So then are you actually learning something that's going to help you advance in life? You know, like, is there a point to learning that? You know?
You guys don't really know, again, about this, our company.
Oh, we don't.
Knowing about this, our CEO.
It's like, the way she's putting this, it's like nobody knows except her. Dr. Benny has some kind of insight into Ash Mufareh and OnPassive that she claims that the rest of the O founders do not have. And I can't help but be like, why does she think she's above everyone here? It's a little bit weird. You know, the way that she's done it a few times now. It just seems to be the way that she sees this. And I don't like it. It's like, sweetie, you're not more special than the other people that are in this thing. You might be worse.
When I met him.
Might be a worse person. I could argue that easily.
During that webinar, a lot of people raised their hands up and they wanted to talk to him.
Uh-huh.
When it was my turn, I was excited.
Uh-huh.
I told him why I joined OnPassive. For financial freedom and to pay off my school loan.
Oh, there it is. So, you know, when Chris and Marty and all of the other O founders are claiming that nobody joined this for the money, for financial freedom or etc., just remind them that Dr. Benny definitely did join OnPassive for financial freedom and also to pay off her student loans like we thought, because she keeps bringing that up. She admits it here. She is a PhD. She is a PhD. We go over all of it at the start of the stream. I highly recommend watching from the beginning if you haven't. My cake slices are more exciting than how she seems. Exactly. If anything, like, I'm getting the opposite from her. Like, sweetie, why are you mad?
That was my main goal.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what he told me?
What?
He said, do not worry.
Oh.
Your school loan will be paid.
Oh.
When he told me.
So also remind them that Ash Mufareh told Dr. Benny specifically that he would ensure that her school loans were paid off.
That my school loan will be paid. In my heart.
I also want to remind you, this is their stream. I'm telling you to remind them of this, but this is their shitting the light. Okay? So it's like they do them and then they forget. Like, I don't know what happens. It's very bizarre though, isn't it? Like, they do these things and then they forget what was said on them and what people said. And then they deny things. Like, oh, nobody joined this thing for the money. It was all to help save the world. And I'm over here like, what are you talking about? But yeah, this is their shin light.
No, 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 no.
Stop going there.
So I don't know why they don't remember, but yeah, just remind them again.
I believed him. I trusted him. And I still trust him today.
Oh, no.
When we started, we did not have a lot of products.
No.
And guess what? I was number 77,000. I did not know, or our CEO, I don't know if he knew that we will one day have like 1 million or 1.4.
I don't know how she knows what number she was signing up. I think she just made that up. Like, I'm like, that what?
Million. When I was number 77,000, I was really bragging.
Sure.
I did not know that we'll end up or reach 100,000. I didn't. Then it kept coming up. People keep coming. The reason people keep coming is because of the humanitarian part, right? That
like Joe says, we can't prove that there was $800,000, 800,000 people in this thing, because that's how many allegedly paid in for the 108 million for him to steal. It's all in that litigation. They claim they have 1.4 million and have been claiming that since June of 2022. But I don't think they do, especially today in 2025. They probably have even less than 800,000. I'm assuming a lot of people have left. I know that some have left. We've unfortunately lost some. So it's like, you know, you're going to have less because nobody's joining, right? No one's joined since June of 2022. So it's not like their numbers can grow. Like the numbers only going down.
the main goal of our CEO is because of the love of humanity. Mr. Mufareh, Mr. Ash Mufareh, he made that statement and he has continued and he will continue.
Right? They're like, witness number 77,000 will not be called upon in court. And then they're like, why not? Why not, ma'am? And then the lawyer says, well, because of delusions of grandeur, Your Honor, we just feel like they will not make a very good witness, just like we felt like they didn't make a very good witness in the Mubang versus the USA court case. So we will not be calling them today. Because, I mean, that's what happened. That's what happened. She tried to get her friend out of jail, and they were like, you don't have any proof to prove she's innocent.
That either I do or I die.
Oh, my.
Right?
Yeah, he said that. And as I keep saying, well, he's not doing, so.
That is what has carried me through my journey from that day until now. It also reminds me of the hope of humanity. Now, again, let's go back to the products. When I found out that we have our developers, they develop organic products.
What is with her and the organic thing? That's not the right word to use here.
So I tried to find out what is it. It means that the products were built from scratch.
Oh, right? Is that okay? Sure.
We have organic product.
Okay.
We have viable and legitimate product. Now,
you can't just say that and then literally not have any products. And they keep doing it. Like they're like, we have real products. They're legitimate. And then you're like, okay, so can I see one? And they're like, no, they don't exist yet. We're making them. You're like, okay.
When I talked about viability, most of the time I always give an example, like a cell phone.
Yeah, that one.
Cell phone is necessary to everybody, to even 8 years old children in this world.
If you conform to everything, then yes, it probably is.
So our products are necessary.
I will not be carrying a cell phone on me 24/7. I refuse.
Not only to me. Our products are necessary around the globe. With the federal government, state government, financial institution, health. All the products that we have, I heard that we're going to have more than 50 products. Remember, our products are legit. They are. You can call our tech brothers and sisters, those in Hyderabad. They will let you know. I bragged about this company, and I will continue to brag. Why? When I started, I didn't know that much. But now, I believe I can talk. I can brag about my company.
Brag.
So, our CEO always make this statement all the time. OnPassive is here to stay.
Mordecai, good to see you. He says, organic cucumber, maybe, but not high-tech products. Listen, they're organic because it's made from scratch, as she says. Because at this time, that's what Ash was saying. I don't remember. I don't think he called them organic. I can't remember, though, so don't be like, well, Queen said that he never said that. No, I don't remember. I don't remember him using the word organic to describe it. I think she's come up with that one on her own, but he was all about how they were built from scratch the whole time, right? Built from the ground up, he used to say. So maybe that's where she got organic from as well. Because he mentioned that it was built from the ground up, and she's like, it's growing like organically. These days, they worry more about the phone than why they are being arrested. Yeah, that's true. You definitely can talk. Ash said he had 50 products ready to go back in 2020. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And it was like, okay, so show us. And then he would do like weird things with them. Like he would be like, oh, well, I plan on releasing like 7 products soon, but I just don't know if you guys are like ready for it. So I feel like you guys need to like get ready for it for like a month or 2, and then we'll release them. So then they would go about proving their loyalty and trying to prove to him that they were ready by doing like webinars talking about the products and everything. And that's what a lot of that is, right? And it would just be kind of like a call to him, like, look at us, Ash, we're ready. Please release the products. And then like 2 months would go by, and then it would just be like, oh, well, we need another 2 months for whatever reason, you know, like, and it would just continue on. And that's kind of what happened until they did release them and lost them. And now we're back to doing all of that again, where we're just leading them on to believe it's coming. Now they are being built again, you know, behind the scenes, apparently. We got the best tech team again somehow. We got no offices for them to work, but they're allegedly working from home, if you believe what Ash wants you to believe, right? They're grass-fed data centers. That's right.
He also made a statement about the humanitarian help is coming. He also assured all of us that there is a new way of doing business in the 21st century. You guys notice, right? There is a new way.
Yes, we just found out about the internet now. Isn't it amazing?
Things are happening. And things you guys don't know. When you see me smiling, I started my smile when I came to when I left Cameroon and I came to America.
Okay. There.
I started smiling there anyway before leaving Cameroon.
Oh. Okay.
My smile
in anticipation. Got it.
Did not only started here. So as you know, with your smile, when you smile, this is what happens. It will boost your mood. It will reduce your stress. It will strengthen your relationship.
I'm surprised she didn't go relationship. She really likes rolling those R's, I tell you.
It will improve your health. It would enhance your beauty. It will also increase your productivity when you smile. You guys notice that.
She has Smile with Dr. Benny Blessings on YouTube.
I have my YouTube channel called Smile. It is written Smile with Dr. Benny. So I ask everybody to come and listen to Dr. Benny today.
I'm sure that
because
I'm sure that there's a lot of people in Cameroon that would rather live in the USA. You know, especially in developing countries, like the USA is seen as like the place to be. You've made it when you've made it to the USA kind of thing, you know? The hosts are playing Fortnite during all this. I like to think that they have fallen asleep.
I wanted each and everyone to know who I am.
Okay.
Where I came from.
Don't worry, I'm helping you out, Dr. Benny. I'm letting everyone know exactly who you are in this stream today.
Where I am today.
You know, when you smile, you bare your teeth. Right?
And what I am going to do when the time comes when we start receiving the apples.
No, Chris made it home quite a while ago. He's been home for a while now. Then he found out that he needed glasses. And then he told us that the whole time he was driving the RV, he did so while not being able to see properly. And that was great fun. That was a good time for all.
Just give me a minute. Stay tuned for that.
You know, we're not putting children in danger when you're in OnPassive. You're not just putting the normal public at danger. You're definitely putting people on the road in danger. You know, somebody has to be put in danger at all times over here.
I'm coming when the time comes with this our OnPassive.
And she's reading this off a script. You can hear the papers. She's turning the page.
When I talk to people about OnPassive, they do laugh at me. I have somebody who told me, well, it's not only somebody, but a lot, that get out. So I said, do you know the type of, when I join other businesses, the type of money that I paid to join those businesses, and I did not make anything.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that in this one you're for sure going to make money. That's such a weird way to think about this.
Now, joining OnPassive, let's just say I spend only $250. Why should I leave? So I just want to tell
some cost fallacy or
anybody, all the brand ambassadors, our affiliate, listening to me.
Right? Like Joe says, Chris doesn't wear his glasses very often on live streams. And then he drives me insane. He drives me absolutely bonkers because he won't have his glasses on. And when Marty's doing his speech, Chris is in charge of like bringing up the comments. And then he can't read the damn comments. So then he gets all close up to the screen and he's like squinting. And I'm like, for crying out loud, Chris, put on your goddamn glasses. Like that might help. Maybe then you can read the comments. Drives me bonkers just the whole time. The whole time I'm just watching Chris not using his glasses. She's milking this into extinction for real though, right? Like what a speech though. What a speech. Maybe we should have had her up in the running against Trump instead of Kamala, you know? Maybe it would have gone a different way.
Today, if I can stay from 2020 up to now, and I am bragging about OnPassive,
I don't know why.
Then you can stay too. We do have people who joined OnPassive in 2018. They're still here.
I know.
So why not you?
Because I don't want to join a cult, Dr. Benny. All right? Trust me, if I wanted to be in a cult of personality, I would have just continually hung out in the community I joined when I logged on here. Damn it.
I want again to go back to where I came from.
Cameroon?
Actually, living Cameroon again. I came here because I know America is a country or it's a land of opportunity. So when you come to this country and you just sit and do nothing.
Irony?
God will not help you.
Oh my.
Remember.
So you have to join an MLM for God to help you? And what is do nothing? Because like you came here with a couple children too. So you're like parenting. That's considered something.
America has embraced me.
You know, for an industry that prays at stay-at-home moms, they sure hate them, don't they?
OnPassive has embraced me as well.
Sure.
I did everything to see if I can help my family in Africa. Now,
well, according to Dr. Benny, Jerry, you shouldn't be retired. You should be working around the clock. OnPassive wants you to do nothing, right? That was a direct shot at Marty sitting doing nothing, just in his chair.
Joining OnPassive, I know, after listening to our extraordinary CEO.
She did it again. I love it when she does it. Extraordinary CEO. He is pretty ordinary.
I am going to do a lot. Let me tell you what I'm going to do. There are a lot of things that people have done.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I am going to learn. Oh.
I'm like, please don't hurt any more children, Dr. Benny, with your friends. Leave them alone.
Work with other people, as well as you guys know of St. Jude Hospital, right? I always think of St. Jude Hospital.
Why do all the scammers love St. Jude Hospital so much? What is with that?
But it's not only St. Jude Hospital that I will help. You guys notice at St. Jude Hospital, some of them don't have hands, the kids. They don't have legs, right? So my main goal is to see if I can help them. I mean, the parents, let them do.
I guess they can't clean your friend's house when they don't have arms and legs, eh, Dr. Benny?
Or give money for research, right? Cancer research.
Yeah, maybe you should just give the money, because I don't think I want you around any more children.
There are a lot of children suffering.
You know?
So I told you guys about why I joined OnPassive, right? Financial freedom.
Yep.
And to pay off my school loan and the school loan of my children.
Check.
Now, what am I going to do with OnPassive when I start receiving the apples?
The apples. It's been a while since we've heard the apples, huh? They kind of abandoned that whole new way of speaking. They don't even call it that anymore. They don't do the wrinkle thing anymore. Now they will say issues and problems because they're blaming all the issues and problems on someone else. So, you know, when it's not their issues and problems, according to them, it's the fault of other people, then it's okay to call it what it is, you know? And now they just talk about money. You know, Marty does an illegal income claim every damn day, you know? Give the handless kids the gift of OnPassive. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't throw that in there. School loans stacked. Yep, because she has 2 children, a son and a daughter that have school loans, and then her own.
Remember when we joined OnPassive, we start with the Go founder to O founder, and then we now migrated to the ecosystem. We do have elderlies that they needed serious help. So I worked with them.
I'm sure your elders and your aunties are telling you to get out of this thing.
And now that they don't see me that much, they're not happy. But I say, Papa, do not worry. Everything is going to be fine. I'm going to be there for you. So what am I going to do after receiving my apples?
Yeah.
We do have underprivileged children that need help in Cameroon, in America, all over the globe. You have orphanage.
Yeah, just don't send them to your friend's house.
You have widowers.
I guess she'd still be in prison though, right?
I will work with people, with any of our affiliates.
Oh, wonderful.
For us to help these children.
Great.
They're in it. The underprivileged children, they don't even have shoes to wear, clothes to wear, food to eat.
They would rather not have shoes to wear instead of getting beaten with shoes like your friend did to those minor children in her care. You know, the one you tried to get out of jail there? That one? I'm just saying, Dr. Benny, I don't think you're the one to come out here at all and talk about helping children based on your history.
So I will do what it takes to help them to eat. And our widowers, you guys notice that sometimes they have 5 children and their husband died. What can they do? What can you do to help them? So I will do what it takes.
My God, you're just bringing out all of the emotional manipulation at this point.
To ask them what they think they can do.
What other vulnerable community can I bring up now to use in this speech?
To better of themselves. There may be one that wants to sew machine, you know, like sew clothes, textile. So I can buy the sewing machine to that particular individual. Buy some clothes or material for her to be able to sew. you know, to make ends meet. You don't just want to be giving money to people. You want to ask them what they want to do with that money.
Oh, yeah?
And then you can help them.
That's weird. But, yeah, not the worst thing she said today.
So, I want to take this special moment to thank Mr. Marty DeGamo, Mr. Chris Johnson. I call him my king.
Yeah, she calls good old Mr. Chris Johnson her king. Her king!
Stop going there.
Yep. They might have something going. I'm saying.
For the opportunity that they have given me. But most importantly, I want to take this moment to thank.
And Chris is like, I have to show my face now because she's talking to me, so I'm going to come back now.
Mr. Ash Mufareh. And I want you guys, when you guys have time, create time. We want to pray for Mr. Ash Mufareh. Guess what? He is a self-sacrificing man, a man who has a heart of humanity, who stated that either I do or I die. He is here to eradicate poverty and to uplift humanity. And he is also here to correct corruption. As you know,
correct corruption. That's great.
There are a lot of corrupted online businesses out there, but our CEO is here.
Don't be corrupted.
To correct corruption. Thank you
We
so
get
much, Mr. Chris John.
We get it, Dr. Benny. Okay, you roll the R's. We get it. Very good for you.
Johnson, my king, for giving me this opportunity. I am honored to be here. I thank you.
Thank you, Chris, my king, she says. And then I vomit in a bag.
Mr. Marty DeGamo. I want all of us again. If you guys have time.
Marty's like snoring in his chair right now. You know, Chris is on there like, yeah, I'm the king. Hello. Royalty here. I'm up here. I'm the king. And she's like, and Mr. Marty DeGarmo. And Marty's just like, just like in the back, you know, just snoring away in his chair, head slumped over, just, and you're like, Marty, hey, wake up.
Please let us pray for those who are under the weather. Please. Those
just under the weather. We'll pray for all of you in OnPassive that you get out of this cult and that it does the least amount of harm to you that it can do.
Those who passes away, may their soul rest in perfect peace.
Okay.
But those who are alive at the moment and they're under the weather, please let us pray for them.
Sam.
Thank you again for.
Sam says Marty isn't considered royalty. I guess not. You know, that chair isn't exactly a throne.
The opportunity.
Thank you, my queen, Dr. Benny. Absolutely wonderful. One of the things I love about you is not just your smile, because that's absolutely gorgeous, but your faith in God is very strong. And I love how you started out. Almost every webinar I went to, you always start thanking God. I love that. And yes, as we've said it many a times, we have a lot of work to do in Africa, Cameroon. We have a lot of people in Cameroon that are going to need a lot of our help.
Why did you put it in quotations? Like Cameroon doesn't exist. Like, what was that?
Help, not helping them, but educating them, teaching them. And it's going to be a great thing. And you're going to be one of the lead people over there with Engineer Mike that's behind you on your, let's see, left shoulder.
Yeah, because she also does all those webinars. Like I showed you guys the live streams, most of them that she's done with good old Engineer Mike. And yep, he's from here, Canada.
Hi, Mike. And he's a great guy. But everything you said was amazing, Dr. Benny. I think
she never seemed to elaborate on why she joined.
That what I love doing about this is I get to hear some different things, you know, not just from America, but from all over the world. And all the stuff that you want to do that you've done. Obviously, you're very dedicated to education, which is a phenomenal thing. I have no degrees in anything but life. You have many degrees and master's degrees, and that's an amazing accomplishment.
It's like, why would you believe that she has so many master's degrees, though? Like, it takes a few years to get a master's degree. It's like this woman apparently has them out the hoo-ha. It's like, Lord, why? Why? Hello, Jess. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Like, there's no time in between her master's degrees. What's that picture behind Chris's head? It's the pear picture. Yeah, he switches it up every once in a while. Or is it pumpkins? I thought it was pears. Isn't it pears?
Remember that webinar when Ash told you that about don't have no worries, Dr. Benny. I remember that like it was yesterday.
Oh,
that's weird about me is I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, as we say, but I remember a lot of things that went on in all these webinars.
I guess at least he admits that he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. There's that. I guess we're almost there. Thank you, Jess, for becoming a member.
But you were absolutely wonderful, Dr. Benny. I thank you for coming on here. I'm sure you're going to connect to a lot of people. And listen, all you really got to do is come on here and smile with that beautiful smile, and you got people like that. So just alone, there's another 5 million people that are just going to connect to that.
Dr. Benny, you did a great job. Thank you for coming. Over 300 people watching. So, hey, if you want to see it, I believe it's on Engineer Mike's YouTube channel too. So it'll be on a couple different spots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And before we go, let me say this too, because I almost forgot. Roy Davies, happy birthday to you, brother. I didn't forget you. I almost did. I wrote it down.
Dr. Benny's like, this is supposed to be all about me.
Down. And it's Dr. Benny is now going to sing her version. No.
Please don't. We already heard her sing once today. We're good.
Can I say it?
Oh, go ahead. I knew I shouldn't have said it, but go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Roy Davis. Happy birthday to you. May God bless you. May God bless you. May God bless you, my brother. I wish you many more years.
Can we have some of those pears to chuck at her? Or?
Happy birthday, Roy Davies.
Happy birthday. All right. Hey, everybody, enjoy your Sunday. Thank you, Dr. Benny. Chris, catch a big fish today.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I'll see y'all.
Thanks, Dr. Benny.
So that was it, guys. That was the wonderful, amazing Dr. Benny shinning the light. You know? You hit the join button under the channel. So that shinning the light was I feel like all we really need to know about her, other than what I've shared with you guys already today. You know, it's interesting to get to know all the different characters in this wonderful cult. You know, I feel like we see a lot of Marty and Chris, but we don't see too much of Dr. Benny. And I felt like today's live stream was an important one to do so that everyone really did get a feel for who she is as a person. Because as you heard, there's some things that didn't come out about her until today. And it's just kind of iffy. You know, I don't like anything that I've found out about Dr. Benny. Makes me feel like I cannot trust her. I mean, she seems like this weird lady that comes on the webinars sometimes and she smiles too much and she's a little bit too religious. But then you go to deep dive her and you find out all that other stuff and you're like, oh my, she might be involved in a lot of things that I just don't want anything to do with or any connection to. And again, I think we have to question why she wants the unborn children to be signed up for this so bad, since she's someone that heavily promotes that. And as you guys know, that's not something that we like over here. All right, you're not supposed to join MLMs until you're an adult. Some places you can join at 16 with the parent's permission. If a parent will sign off on it and let you, basically under the age of 18, but you still have to be like 16 for that. You know, like signing someone up for these, it's just setting them up to fail. They don't consent, you know, and I'm all about consent, all right? The person should have the ability to agree to the terms and conditions attached to anything like this. And when you're in the womb, you kind of can't sign any forms or be read any of that stuff or have it explained to you and ask questions, you know? So because of that, it's extra worrisome. But they want you to be a part of OnPassive and not ask any questions. And with everything that we know about Dr. Benny now, I hope that maybe now that opens your eyes to just how manipulative of a person she is. You know, she's the doctor, the dreamer, the deceived, and the deceiver. And again, if she was willing to lie on the stand, I can't trust much else out of her. I wouldn't trust her when she tells you to come and join this thing today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and for going through all of that. I am working on a bunch of videos. I am still doing our wonderful March break. You know, we just didn't have much going on today, so thought we would get this done. It's been in the works for a while, so I hope you guys enjoyed this. And there should be a Friday with the Sayers of May, so stay tuned for that. And there might be a video coming out between now and Monday as well, so also look for that. And I will see all of you on Friday. Go and do something that you love to kind of take your mind off of this. It was a lot. It was a lot to take in. It's a lot of information about Dr. Benny, especially if you were here from the beginning. And if you weren't, do make sure that you go through the slideshow with me after the stream. Give me a little bit of time. Hopefully by the end of this night, I will be able to, in the comment section, put the timestamp for skipping the triggering part so that those that, you know, don't want to go through it can skip over it. Although there is references to it, I try to not be too descriptive with it. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully this isn't too triggering of a stream for anyone out there. To just kind of make it happy again, as always, we are going to end it with everyone's favorite song. You can make a few more videos. That's right. Dr. HTTPS Benny. That's right. Exactly. The hard work of OnPassive is paying no one, and it probably never, ever will. Anyway, like I said, go do something you love. Have a fabulous rest of your evening, and I will definitely see you all Friday for Friday with my Sayers of Nay. And like always, we're in it to win it.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
Call me Reverend Jim Jones, okay? Let's go to Guyana, all right? No joke. If that's a call. Hey, hey, hey!
Friend.
That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my own. It breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufareh. If you're rude, if you've been doubting or spying, or we know who you are.
Stop going there. She wants to be the first to make us look silly.
Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there asking for a debate. That's the lady I brought on. Her debate was 3-minute Ash. And another Queen of Karma asking about why don't we answer the question about religion. I think we've answered that over and over again.
I've been answering them all more than one. It's not the answer you want, but only Reverend Jim Jones. Okay? Let's go to Guyana. All right? No joke.
All right, this is a great way to start your day. Come here and tune in to crazy men talking about their experiences. My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Elch, by the way.
And I'm your friend.
Follow all your faces. Have a great night, guys.
Stop going there. That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my YouTube channel. It breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufareh.
Stop going there.
Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
Let's go to Guyana.